Hey, sleepyheads. Hope your day was great. Before we start, let's play a game. Comment the time where you are right now and whether you should be asleep already. Let's see who's the biggest night owl. Before you settle in, tap that like button and subscribe to keep the cozy vibes coming. Now, dim the lights, get comfortable, take a deep breath, and let's drift into sleep. The first message came at 2:41 a.m. I remember because I heard the ping while I was half asleep, face down in my pillow, phone still plugged in on my nightstand. I almost ignored it, but the second ping came fast, then a third. I reached over bleary-eyed and opened the screen. The quiet room, 7 members. I didn't recognize the group name or the number that added me. It didn't even look like a real number, just a string of symbols and letters. Everyone else in the chat had the same blank profile picture, like generic silhouettes, no names, no bios. The first message just said, "Welcome." Then a second, "You have secrets, we know them." I thought it was some dumb spam thing, maybe a joke, but I didn't leave the chat right away. I was too curious. Half of me figured it was someone from school messing around. Then another message dropped in. "Should we start with Tasha?" My chest tightened. That's my name. I typed back, "Who is this?" No one responded. Instead, a photo appeared. It was blurry at first, then I realized it was me. In my bedroom. Taken through my window. I sat up so fast I nearly knocked my lamp over. The picture wasn't from earlier that day. It wasn't old. It was that night. I was wearing the same sweatshirt. My curtains weren't fully drawn. The picture was from outside the house. Someone had been there. I texted again, this time all caps, "Is this a joke?" Someone else finally responded. Not a name, just, "User 3, no jokes here, you're up first." And then another message followed. "Tell your best friend what you said about her, or we do it for you." It was like my brain short-circuited. I started typing back 100 questions, trying to figure out if it was Lily messing with me or someone from class. I kept thinking, how do they know this? The only time I'd ever said anything bad about Lily was in a voice message. I deleted it, never sent it. I didn't tell anyone else, but I did save it. I checked my files. It was gone. I barely slept. The next morning, I figured maybe I dreamed it, until I opened the group chat again and saw 5 new messages waiting. Another photo, this time from school. A shot of my locker being opened. Better talk fast. That day, I pulled Lily aside in the bathroom and told her everything, not just the group chat. I told her what I said, how I was mad, and I'd said something I didn't mean, and that I never planned on her hearing it. She cried, didn't say much, walked out of the stall and didn't talk to me for the rest of the day. Later that night, the chat sent me a single message. "Good, you're learning." Then, a new notification. User 8 has joined the chat. I clicked the group info, another silhouette, blank, but I recognized the number. It was Jordan. One of the quieter guys in our grade, mostly kept to himself. Not weird, just private, smart, always on his phone, never really talking. He messaged privately. "Did they do this to you too?" I replied, "Yeah, do you know who they are?" He didn't respond right away. Then, "Don't try to leave. It gets worse if you try to leave." I didn't know what that meant, but it didn't sit right. That night, I tried to remove myself from the group anyway. It didn't work. The app froze, then shut down. When I reopened it, the chat was still there. A new message blinked at the bottom. "Nice try," followed by a link. I didn't click it at first, but curiosity got the better of me. It opened a Google Doc. Inside, a transcript of messages between me and someone I'd been talking to secretly. Messages I'd deleted. Messages I thought no one ever saw. I couldn't breathe. The next morning, Jordan wasn't at school. I asked around. Nobody knew where he was. Teachers said he was out sick, but his locker was cleaned out by the end of the day. That night, the chat went quiet for hours. Then the next message hit. Tasha completed her task. Jordan did not. 3 chances. Fail again, and your face will be next. Under that, a screenshot of me from a video call taken without me knowing. My face in mid-sentence, looking off-screen. I covered the front-facing camera with a sticky note. I didn't know what else to do. When I checked the member list again, Jordan's name was gone. Not just removed, erased, like he'd never been there. That weekend, I saw Lily at a coffee shop. She didn't look mad anymore, just tired. She came over and sat next to me without saying anything. Then she opened her phone and showed me something. Her own chat. Same name, The Quiet Room. Same blank profiles. She scrolled through the messages. Her first dare, break into the nurse's office and steal a file. She hadn't done it yet. She didn't know how. I felt sick. That's when we realized it wasn't just a group. It was a game. Someone was pulling strings, watching, listening, punishing. It didn't feel like a prank anymore. It felt like we were being tested. And I wasn't sure we were supposed to win. The thing that scared me most wasn't the messages, or the photos, or even the dares. It was how normal everything still looked on the outside. My mom was still making dinner. My teachers were still handing out pop quizzes. My friends were still laughing in the cafeteria like the world hadn't cracked open underneath us. But in that group chat, things kept getting worse. By Monday morning, there were 11 members. I didn't recognize all of them. A couple were kids from other grades. One girl I barely knew. Samantha had moved away 2 years ago, but she was back, or at least her name was. Her icon was different, not a silhouette, just the letter S in a pink circle. I didn't want to ask questions in the chat. Every time someone spoke up too much, they got punished or disappeared. So I texted Lily again privately. Me, who's Samantha? Lily, she used to be in my art class. Me, she's in the chat now. Lily, yeah, I saw. Lily, do you think they're adding people who left, who failed? I didn't answer right away. My hands were cold. Later that day, in the library, I overheard a junior whispering to another kid about a rumor. Something about a list. Names being pulled from school servers. I leaned in without meaning to, pretending to browse books. They didn't notice me. They said it's all from the app. What app? I don't know. Some AI thing a student built a few years ago. Got shut down after he got expelled. I stopped breathing. My phone buzzed. One new message. Today's task, 12 hours. Tasha. I tapped it open with shaky fingers. Send us your math teacher's house key, or we send your parents the folder. There was no explanation of what folder, no link, but I knew what they meant. Something old, something I thought I'd buried last year, a series of chats I'd had on a private school laptop. I'd gotten close with someone online, thought I was being smart about hiding it, but the chat had gone weird, inappropriate. I shut it down, deleted everything. Apparently, not everything. I didn't know how they even had it. I stared at the screen, my mind racing. Mr. Vance, our math teacher, lived near the school. He kept a ring of spare keys in his desk drawer. I'd seen him open it. There was one labeled Back Gate Vive. Stealing it would be easy, too easy. I didn't want to do it. I didn't want to be part of this. But the group chat had a way of making you forget about what you wanted. I waited until 6th period, then faked needing the bathroom. I slipped into the math room, unlocked with a key I'd borrowed earlier that week for tutoring. The drawer was right where I remembered. The key was still there. I took it, snapped a picture, put it back, sent the photo to the chat. For a while, nothing happened. Then a single thumbs up emoji. I felt like I could breathe again, but only for a minute. That night, a new member was added. User 12, Vance. No profile picture, just the name. The entire chat froze. No one typed, not even the usual users who sometimes sent cryptic emojis or GIFs. We all watched. Then the messages started. Vance, why do you know where I live? Vance, who told you to come here? Vance, it's in the trees. I saw it. I saw it. Someone replied. I think it was one of the newer members, maybe Evan from theater. Even dude what? Vance, don't follow the lights. Then silence. The icon disappeared. Vance removed. I threw my phone across the room. It hit my comforter and bounced harmlessly to the floor. I curled up and tried to convince myself none of this was real, that it was an elaborate prank, that the messages were just scripts and I was part of some ARG or school-wide experiment. But I couldn't lie to myself anymore. They knew too much. The next morning, I found Lily outside the band room. She looked awful, pale, shaky, eyes rimmed with red. They made me follow someone home, she said. What? She didn't even blink. Some freshman. I had to record him walking, prove I was behind him the whole time. I sent it, and they didn't even reply. That's it? She nodded. But when I got home, someone had been in my room. My window was cracked. My laptop was open. She rubbed her arms like she couldn't get warm. We have to do something, I said. Talk to a teacher, the police. They won't believe us. They will if we show them the chat. No, Tasha, don't you get it? Her voice dropped. This isn't a chat. It's a system. It deletes itself. The messages disappear the second someone screenshots. The app changes its name every day. You can't even Google it. I stared at her. How do you know all this? She hesitated, then whispered, because I tried. I didn't know what to say. Every time I thought we were close to understanding, the ground shifted again. That night, something new happened. A message popped up, not in the chat on my lock screen. Not a number. Just one word, outside. I ran to the window. At first, nothing. Then movement. A figure stood across the street, half hidden behind a street light. Not moving, just standing, holding a phone. I turned away from the window and texted the only person I could think of. Me, Jordan, are you still here? I wasn't expecting a reply, but I got one. Jordan, barely. Jordan, don't trust the users with real names. Jordan, they're not like us. Jordan, some of them are part of it now. My hands were shaking. Me, part of what? Jordan, the dev's watching. Jordan, he calls it punishment logic. Jordan, he thinks this is justice. Jordan, he's building something bigger. Jordan, and we're all test cases. Then his name went gray. Jordan left the chat, but I knew he didn't. He just became the next lesson. I didn't go to school the next day. I told my mom I had a stomach bug, which wasn't even a full lie. My whole body felt off. Not sick exactly, but wrong, like something inside me had been stretched too thin. I kept looking at my phone even though I didn't want to. Every time the screen lit up, my chest tightened. The quiet room hadn't sent anything new overnight. But that wasn't a good sign. It meant they were waiting. Watching. I scrolled through my texts again, searching for Jordan's last messages, like maybe I'd missed something. I hadn't. He said not to trust the users with real names, that the developer was still out there, still in the system, watching us all like we were experiments. I opened the group chat, heart thudding. 12 members, still. But something was different. User 9, who'd always been just a blank icon and number, now had a name. B. I didn't know a B, not at school, not online, and the second I clicked on her icon, my whole phone glitched. The screen flickered, then went black for 2 seconds before rebooting itself. It didn't even give me time to process it. I tossed the phone onto my bed and stepped back like it might explode. Then I heard the chime. Not a notification ping. The chime from our front door camera. I ran downstairs. My mom was vacuuming in the den and didn't notice when I checked the front door. No one was there, but the camera app on her iPad was open, and I tapped it. There was a package on the porch. Just a small cardboard box, no address, no postage. I opened the door, grabbed it, and brought it inside like an idiot. The tape was already slit, like whoever dropped it off wanted me to open it right then. Inside was a thumb drive, and a note, written in shaky block letters. You've been promoted. I dropped it. I didn't even touch the drive. I just stared at it sitting on the floor next to my socked feet, wondering if plugging it in would be the thing that broke me. I left it in the kitchen drawer and went back upstairs. When I checked the group chat again, there were new messages. B, good job, Tasha. You've moved up. B, you're the reason Jordan got caught. I felt like I was going to be sick. Me, I didn't do anything. B, you spoke to him. B, that's enough. B, he failed his final test. B, you passed yours. Then, new task. Go to the school's AV room. Find the locker with your name on it. Open it. Don't take too long. I had never even been in the AV room. I stared at the screen for a long time. Me, I'm not doing it. A few minutes passed. Then they sent a photo. It was my mom. In the grocery store. Today. Same sweater she was wearing when I left the kitchen. Taken from maybe 20 feet away, just behind a stack of cereal boxes. Then a second photo, her car parked in the lot. Then one word. Decide. I decided. I got dressed, put my phone in my pocket and walked to school. I told myself I wasn't going to do anything. I was just going to see if it was real, if there was a locker with my name. That's all. The side door was unlocked. Someone had taped the latch open. I stepped inside and moved fast, head down, hoodie up. The AV room was at the end of the east hallway, next to the drama department. It always smelled like old wires and burnt popcorn. I opened the door slowly, empty. Just rows of shelves and equipment lockers. And right in the middle, one locker with a neon green post-it stuck to it. My name. I hesitated, then opened it. Inside was an envelope. Nothing else. I grabbed it and left as fast as I could. I didn't open the envelope until I was back in my room. Inside were 3 things. A Polaroid of Lily taken at night. She was walking down our street, hoodie on, looking behind her like she'd heard something. A USB stick labeled Confessions in red marker. And a second note. You have 24 hours to give her the drive, or she disappears. I stared at it for a long time. Lily hadn't told me everything, that was clear now. And whatever was on this drive, they wanted her to see it, but through me. They wanted to use me to destroy her. That night, I didn't sleep. Instead, I opened my laptop and plugged the drive in. It had one folder, recordings. Inside, 6 video files, all different dates, all labeled with Lily's initials. I clicked the first. It was from a classroom, grainy security cam footage. Lily and another girl I didn't recognize, standing by the back window, talking. They didn't know they were being recorded. The audio was fuzzy, but you could make out parts of it. The girl was crying. Lily wasn't. I watched all 6. By the time I finished, I knew what they wanted me to do, what they thought I would do. But I wasn't going to give her the drive. Not yet. Instead, I called her. No answer. I texted, "Can we talk? It's important. Not chat related. Just you and me, please." 10 minutes later, she responded. Lily, backstairs at the rec center, 8 p.m. no one else. I got there early, waited behind the dumpsters, heart hammering. When she finally showed, her hoodie was up and her eyes looked tired. "I know they sent you something," she said before I even opened my mouth. I nodded. "You too?" "Yeah," she said, rubbing her arm. "They want to tear us apart. That's how they win. Make us fight. Make us distrust everyone." I pulled the drive from my pocket. "They want me to give you this." She stared at it, then shook her head. "Burn it." "What?" "Whatever's on there, it's not real. Or it is, but it's twisted, old, out of context. They're using our worst days to control us." She reached into her pocket and pulled out a matchbook. "I brought these, just in case." We walked down to the edge of the lake behind the rec center. There was a fire pit there, unused and rusted. We lit the match, dropped the drive in, watched it melt and curl like it was alive. For the first time in days, I felt something lift. But when I got home, a message was waiting. No words, just a new group name. The final room, 5 members. And underneath it, a countdown timer. 12 hours. The last test had begun. The countdown haunted me. 12 hours ticking down in red numbers that stayed on my screen even when I closed the app. I restarted my phone. Hard reset. Nothing worked. It just kept ticking, mocking me, daring me to pretend it wasn't real. The final room, 5 members. There were fewer people now, only 5 of us. Everyone else had either vanished or been kicked out, or worse. I didn't know what happened to Jordan. I didn't know if B was real. I barely knew who I was anymore. Lily was still in, but she hadn't answered any of my texts since the night we burned the drive. I didn't blame her. Part of me thought she was protecting me by going dark. The other part thought maybe they had gotten to her. I didn't sleep. Couldn't. I lay on my bed staring at the glowing red timer, counting down second by second. At 3:29 a.m., another message arrived. "Task, pick one, save them, the others will disappear." Then a screen opened up. 4 names. Lily. Carlos, a kid from debate I barely knew. Amanda, one of the girls who joined the chat last week. She hadn't said a word since. And me. Below it, choose. If you don't, we will. I stared at it. Felt like vomiting. Me, what does that mean? No answer. I looked again at the names. My thumb hovered over them. Lily had risked everything to meet me, to destroy the drive. She had burned evidence they probably would have used against her for months. She could have saved herself, but she didn't. Carlos, I didn't know him well, but he was smart, quiet, probably scared out of his mind. Amanda, I had no idea, but that's what made it worse. How do you choose between a friend, a stranger, and yourself? The app pinged again. 5 minutes left. Choose, or everyone loses. I wanted to scream, to throw the phone across the room and never pick it up again, but I couldn't. I couldn't risk losing all of them. So I picked Lily. I pressed her name, watched the screen flicker, and then Lily, saved. Carlos, removed. Amanda, removed. Tasha, safe for now. My vision blurred. I dropped the phone onto my blanket and covered my face. I didn't cry. I just shut down. 20 minutes later, Lily texted. Lily, something's wrong. I just got an address. Did you get one? I didn't. Me, what address? Lily, some warehouse near the old mill. They said, final gathering. Me, do not go. Lily, I think it's over, Tasha. I think this is it. They said the dev will be there. The dev. The person who built this nightmare. The one watching us through screens, phones, cameras, files. The one who knew what we were afraid of and used it like a knife. No, it's a trap. Lily, probably, but I'm done hiding. Me, you can't go alone. No response. I threw on a hoodie and sneakers, grabbed my keys, and left without even telling my mom. My hands shook the whole drive. The warehouse was only 15 minutes away, but it felt like hours. I passed the old steel mill, the kind of place that looked haunted even in broad daylight, let alone now under a sky smeared with clouds. The warehouse was behind a chain-link fence with a for sale sign on the gate. The lock was already open. My stomach dropped. Inside, it was dead quiet. I stepped in through the side entrance. The place smelled like dust and oil. My flashlight cut through the dark, slicing past rusted shelves and stacked crates. Then I saw her. Lily, standing near the center of the floor. She turned when she heard me, her eyes wide. You followed me? Of course I did, I said. What were you thinking? I just needed to see it, she said. I needed to see if they were real. I looked around. Are they? She nodded. Then a voice came through the speaker system, warped and low. Welcome, finalists. The lights flickered on. There were cameras everywhere, mounted on walls, taped to beams, at least a dozen lenses aimed directly at us. And then we saw him, not in person, on a screen at the far end of the warehouse. A teenager, maybe 17, sitting in a chair, hoodie up, fingers steepled. I know you, Lily whispered. It hit me too. He wasn't just the dev. He used to go to our school 2 years ago, expelled after an incident. Rumors said he'd tried to set the media lab on fire. Others said he'd been bullied so badly he'd stopped speaking. Nobody really knew. But here he was. You made us do this? I shouted. He tilted his head. No, you made yourselves. I just provided the rules. What do you want from us? I want you to feel what I felt every day when people laughed at me, pretended I didn't exist, when they leaked my photos, stole my messages, played my voice on the intercom. This isn't justice, Lily said. It's torture. No, he said calmly. It's balance. The screens began to flicker. Images of us. Photos, videos, chats, audio files. All the things he had collected. All the secrets. All the pain. This is your last chance, he said. One of you walks away with a clean record. The other takes the fall for everything. You choose. Lily and I looked at each other. And I knew, without saying anything, what we had to do. We turned back to the screen. "I choose me," I said. "I choose me," Lily echoed. Silence. The dev blinked. "You don't get to cheat the game," he growled. But we didn't answer. We turned our backs and walked out of the warehouse. The cameras followed us all the way to the exit. And when we stepped into the cold night air, our phones buzzed one last time. The quiet room has ended. Just like that. Gone. No messages, no threats, no members. Just an empty app. We drove home in silence. No sirens, no mysterious cars, just the long road back. We didn't speak about it. Not right away. But when we finally did, it wasn't about revenge or fear or guilt. It was about surviving. And how, somehow, we had. You'd think once the group chat disappeared, we'd feel relief. That's what we thought too. The ride home from the warehouse that night was dead quiet. Lily and I didn't talk, didn't even look at each other. It was one of those silences that felt heavier than shouting. Not tense, exactly just exhausted. Our brains were full of what-ifs, and we were both too scared to say any of them out loud. But relief never really came. Not fully. Not the next day, or the day after, and definitely not when the school week started and people started whispering. Jordan never came back. Neither did Amanda. Carlos was apparently still enrolled, but no one had seen him since midweek. That kind of thing doesn't just go unnoticed in a small school. People ask questions. Teachers chalk it up to illness, family emergencies, personal leave. But we knew the truth, or some version of it. And still, we didn't say a word. We'd made a pact that night, Lily and I. No cops, no teachers, no one. Not until we understood what really happened. Not until we could prove it without sounding completely insane. But that didn't mean the fear disappeared. I kept expecting it all to come back. The messages, the tasks, the blinking red timer. Even with the app gone, I still checked my phone obsessively, half expecting it to light up at 3:14 a.m. like always. But it never did. Instead, it was little things that started happening. Paranoia doesn't hit you all at once. It creeps in through the cracks. Like the time I walked past the library and swore I saw Bee's face reflected in the glass. She looked straight at me through the window, but when I turned around, no one was there. Or how my laptop started overheating at night, not just warm, scorching. Once I opened it and found all the tabs I'd closed had been reopened. And not just websites, I'm talking personal files. Old notes, deleted drafts, one file I hadn't touched since freshman year. It had been edited. There was one sentence at the bottom. Don't forget who built the room. I took a photo of it. But the next morning, it was gone. The file name had vanished from my system. I called Lily. Has anything weird happened with your tech? She paused for a second too long. Yeah, my Alexa keeps turning on in the middle of the night, just static, like it's trying to play something but can't connect. You think it's him? I think he never left. We both went quiet. After a few seconds, she added, You saw those other screens at the warehouse, right? What do you mean? On the wall behind the one with his face, there were more, blinking, cycling, like other chats, other quiet rooms. The bottom dropped out of my stomach. He wasn't just watching us, she said. He was watching everyone. I didn't want to believe it. I wanted to pretend we'd escaped, that we'd beaten the system and made it out. But deep down, I knew Lily was right. The quiet room wasn't some isolated horror story. It was a prototype. A test run. And we'd passed. Or maybe failed. Hard to say. That week, we started digging, quietly, at the school library, at the public one even. We wanted to know more about the kid who built the app, Travis Langford, expelled 2 years ago. Accused of hacking into the school's grading system, though that was never confirmed. He'd been reported for disturbing behavior by 3 different students and 1 teacher. But no charges ever stuck. Just expulsion, silence, disappearance. He wasn't even on social media, like he'd vanished. The only thing we found was a cached version of an old website, a blog maybe, or a personal project page. Most of the links were dead, but one still worked. A manifesto, 6 paragraphs long. The page was titled, "The Code is Law." It read like the diary of someone who had been ignored for too long, someone who wanted control, not revenge exactly, but something colder, clinical. Like he was building a system that would fix what the world had broken in him. One line stood out. People only learn when the walls are quiet and the lights are off. That's when truth gets loud. I wrote it down. Lily just stared at the screen, arms folded across her chest. "What if this wasn't about us?" she said. "What if we were just one node?" One what? One test case, part of a network. That thought didn't sit right, or maybe it sat too well. It explained the timing, the escalation, the silence, the vanishing. Everything. A week later, we got a message. Not through the app. Through email. No sender, no subject line, no attachments. Just a single line of text. "You left the door open." I shut my laptop. Lily called 10 minutes later. She got the same message. We agreed to meet up that night. Same place, rec center stairs. This time, we weren't alone. Another girl was there. A junior named Priya. We'd seen her around school, never spoken. She held up her phone when she saw us. "I got it too," she said. Lily looked at me. And I knew. This was starting again. Not from scratch. From somewhere deeper. Someone or something was still inside. Still watching. Still running tests. I went home that night with a pit in my stomach. I turned off my phone, disconnected my laptop, pulled the plug on everything I could. But around 2 a.m., the power went out. I sat up in bed, heart pounding. My room was pitch black, too quiet. Then I heard it. The softest ping. Not from my phone. From something under my bed. I reached down slowly. My fingers brushed cold plastic. A burner phone. Not mine. It lit up in my hand. No apps, no icons, Just one open message. Final round begins soon. I dropped it like it burned me, but I already knew. This wasn't over. It had never really ended. The morning after the burner phone showed up, I sat on my front porch with it in my hands, debating whether to smash it or power it off or throw it into traffic. I didn't do any of that. I just stared at it, at the message still glowing on the screen. Final round begins soon. I wasn't scared the way I had been weeks ago. I was tired. Not just the no-sleep kind of tired, but the deeper kind. The kind that sinks into your chest and makes every little decision feel heavier than it should. I called Lily. She answered after one ring. No hello, no pretense. "You got the phone too, didn't you?" I asked. "Yeah," she said. "Same message?" "Yep." Silence. Then, "I think we need to finish it. For real this time." I didn't ask what finish meant. We were on the same page. We'd been on the same page since the warehouse, maybe before. That afternoon we met up with Priya again, the junior who had also gotten the message. We gathered at the library, a weird kind of war room vibe, except instead of planning attacks, we were just trying to figure out where this thing lived. Not the phone, not the group chat, the system. The person behind it, because someone had to be running this. We pulled every bit of research we had on Travis Langford. Old blog posts, forum accounts, interviews with former students. He had disappeared off-grid, but we found references to a prototype he'd worked on during his time in the AV club, something called Mirror Room. Not a chat app. Not just a surveillance system. It was described as an empathy simulator, a way to help people feel the way others felt through controlled fear and personalized digital immersion. It wasn't about revenge. It was about making people understand. "What if this was never about us failing?" Priya asked. "What if the end game was us figuring it out?" "Then why the threats?" I said. "Why the blackmail, the stalking, the people who disappeared?" "I think some of them were real," Lily said, "and some were just signals, ways to force a reaction. But this," she pointed at the research, "this feels like a final exam." "And what happens if we fail?" I asked. No one answered. That night we decided to trace the burner phone. Not just its origin, its signal. Priya knew someone, a coding kid a year above us, named Raphael, who had done security projects for local businesses. He was cautious, but agreed to help when he saw the phone and the message. "Where did you get this?" he asked. We just said, "We need to find who sent it." He plugged the phone into his laptop, ran some tracing tools, and within minutes his face changed. "This isn't just routed through VPNs," he said. "It's pinging off local school servers. The IP addresses are tied to your district's internal cloud." "What does that mean?" I asked. He turned the laptop toward us. "It means whoever's running this isn't some guy in a basement across the country. It's someone here, close, with access." Then he pulled up a list of ping logs, and one location stood out. Westfield High School, server room B. Our school. The countdown wasn't about a threat. It was an invitation. At 11:47 p.m., Lily and I met behind the school. Raphael had given us a key card. His uncle worked in facilities and kept backups in case of outages. We slipped inside unnoticed, through the back hall behind the science labs. The server room wasn't locked. I expected glowing screens, buzzing wires, something out of a hacker movie. But it was quiet, just a couple of racks with blinking lights, the low hum of cooling fans, and in the center of the room a chair. Facing a small screen, an open laptop sat there, logged in. The burner phone already connected. One single text box blinked at the center of the screen. "You're here." We didn't type anything. A new message appeared. "You passed. You chose empathy." Then another. "Do you want to see the truth?" Lily looked at me. I nodded. She typed, "Yes." The screen shifted. A video began to play. It was footage of the old AV room, years old, grainy, time-stamped. A boy sat in the corner, hoodie up, head down, ignored by everyone around him. A group of kids our age, maybe a little younger, gathered at the front of the room, laughing, whispering. One of them pulled out a phone, snapped a picture of the boy, and held it up to show the others. He didn't react. He didn't even look up. Then the video cut to him at home, a hidden camera, logs of messages, screenshots of chats, mocking ones from the same students, texts calling him a freak, a loser, telling him to kill himself. More footage, newspaper clippings, teen expelled after security breach, local student drops out after cyberbullying scandal. Then the screen faded to black, and a single sentence appeared. Fear was the only language anyone ever listened to. I felt sick. All of it, the app, the dares, the punishments, it was never about sadism. It was about building a mirror, showing people what it was like to be controlled, watched, pushed, trapped. Lily stepped forward and typed, "You made us hurt people." Another pause. Then, "You stopped before it went too far. Others didn't." I didn't know if that made us the good guys, or just lucky. The final message blinked onto the screen. This was never about justice. It was about balance. You helped tip the scale. Then the screen went black. The laptop shut down. The lights in the server room flickered off. It's been 3 weeks since that night. No new messages. No strange apps. No burner phones. No dares. We still talk about it, Lily, Priya, me. Not with anyone else. Not even Raphael. He wiped the traces for us, said we should be glad it's over. Sometimes I wonder if it really is. We'll probably never know who all was behind it, whether Travis was acting alone or if someone else took over. Whether it really ended when we walked out of that server room, or if the code lives on somewhere, waiting for another group, another test. But here's what I do know. Empathy isn't something you teach with a worksheet. Sometimes it has to be lived. Sometimes it takes seeing yourself through someone else's worst moments to understand the cost of silence, of cruelty, of looking away. We didn't break the system, but we made it stop. And for now, that's enough. We weren't the kind of people who hired strangers off the internet. We were the background check, reference call, ask our neighbors kind of parents. Cautious but not paranoid, realistic. So when my husband's boss invited us to a formal dinner party, something we couldn't say no to, did what we thought was the responsible thing. We found a sitter through a reputable app. She had reviews. 5 stars. A verified profile. 3 families in our neighborhood had apparently used her. And she seemed perfect. Her name was Elle. She arrived at 6:45 p.m., 15 minutes early, wearing a neat blue sweater and jeans, polite but not robotic. Smiled warmly at our daughter, Emma, and crouched to her level to say hello. I liked that. Emma's a shy kid, usually takes a while to warm up, but she gave Elle a little wave almost immediately, which honestly surprised me. I chalked it up to Elle's calm demeanor. She didn't talk down to Emma, just treated her like a person. We gave her the rundown: bedtime at 8:30, snack drawer in the kitchen, emergency numbers on the fridge, and of course, please call us if anything feels off. Elle nodded the whole time, never interrupting. You can count on me, she said. I love working with kids this age. They're honest. I remember that word no honestand, how I didn't think anything of it at the time. But it's been echoing in my head for days now, like some kind of code I didn't understand. The night went fine. At least, that's what we thought. We got back around 11. Elle was reading on the couch, soft music playing through the baby monitor, which she'd turned on to listen for Emma. She told us Emma had gone to bed without fuss. Even asked if it was okay that she left a note with some bedtime observations things she noticed about how Emma liked her blanket arranged, which stuffed animal she fell asleep with. Some kids don't say those things out loud, Elle had said, but I like paying attention. It felt thoughtful, overkill maybe, but thoughtful. We paid her in cash and walked her out. I remember she didn't say goodbye to Emma, just gave a small wave toward the hallway and said, "Tell her I said sweet dreams." That stuck with me for some reason. I don't know why. The next morning, Emma seemed normal, sleepy, a little groggy, but happy enough. She asked for pancakes and curled up on the couch to watch cartoons while we cleaned up the house. I didn't think about Elle again for a few days. Not until Thursday. I was organizing Emma's playroom, trying to finally go through the toy bins she never touched anymore. I found an old puzzle box under her little table, one I didn't recognize. Inside wasn't a puzzle, though. It was a small spiral notebook. Pink cover, stickers peeling at the edges, her name Emma, scrawled in that uneven handwriting kids have before they really figure out spacing. It was her handwriting. I smiled at first, flipping through it like it would be filled with scribbles or doodles. But it wasn't. It was journaling. Pages and pages of dated entries, all written in that same shaky hand, some words misspelled, others crossed out and corrected like she'd been learning how to write better as she went. Most of it was innocent, stuff about breakfast, cartoons, what she did at preschool. I figured her teacher must have encouraged it. But then I saw the first entry that made my stomach flip. Elle made me eat something funny. It tasted like toothpaste and bread. I stopped flipping. Okay, maybe it was a weird snack. Maybe Elle gave her something she didn't like. Still weird, but not sinister. The next one was dated the same night we were out. She said not to tell Mommy because they wouldn't believe me, but I remember it anyway. That's when my skin crawled. The entry was written in bigger letters, like she was trying harder, like she wanted to make sure someone read it. I turned the page. I don't like when she says goodnight like that. She whispers like someone else is listening. I had to sit down. This wasn't just childhood imagination. This wasn't pretend. I knew my daughter. I knew the way she spoke, the words she used. These were hers. My hands were shaking when I flipped to the next one. She keeps pretending to be you when I'm asleep. She wears your sweater and sits in the dark. I dropped the notebook. I sat there on the floor, staring at it, heart pounding, ears ringing. I didn't know what to think, what to do. Call the police, call the app, call my husband. Was it a joke? A prank? But who would do that? And why? And then I remembered something. That night, when we came home, the sweater I'd planned to wear to the dinner party was missing. I'd blamed myself, assumed I'd left it at work, or shoved it in the laundry. I wore a different one. But now I wasn't so sure. I waited until Emma went to bed before showing it to my husband. He read it silently, didn't say anything until he finished. Do we still have her number? I opened the app, pulled up her profile. It was gone. No history, no review, no confirmation of the booking, like we'd never hired her at all. We tried calling the emergency number listed on the fridge, the one she'd written down. It rang once, then went straight to a disconnect message. We called the company's support line. They confirmed a sitter had been booked under the name LM, but when they cross-referenced the phone number and email, it came up flagged. Not banned, flagged. I asked what that meant. The woman on the phone paused. That's something we pass along to the authorities. I asked who she really was, and the woman said something that chilled me more than anything else. We can't tell you who she was, but I can tell you who she wasn't. Her real name, the identity attached to those glowing reviews, belonged to a woman reported missing 6 months ago in another state. A woman who'd vanished while working as a nanny. The police said they'd look into it, but it's been 4 days now. And last night, Emma woke up crying. I went in to check on her, asked what was wrong. She looked at me half asleep and said, "Why are you calling yourself Mommy again?" I haven't slept since. I didn't sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I kept hearing Emma's voice. "Why are you calling yourself Mommy again?" I kept replaying it in my head, trying to convince myself she'd just been dreaming. Kids say weird things when they're half asleep, right? I'd read enough parenting forums to know imagination can get tangled with dreams. But the way she said it, the way her brow furrowed, the way she looked at me, confused but not scared, that part didn't feel like a dream. It felt like memory. In the morning, she acted like nothing happened. She was chatty, normal. She asked for waffles, drew pictures of our cat with stars around his head. When I asked how she slept, she just shrugged and said okay, like she didn't even remember waking up. But I remembered, and I couldn't stop thinking about that notebook. I told my husband we needed to talk to someone more than just the police or the app support line. I wanted answers. Not canned apologies, not vague promises to investigate. I wanted someone to believe what I felt in my bones, that whoever had been in our house wasn't who she said she was, and she'd been playing a part. That evening, while Emma napped, I went online and started doing my own digging. The app still had a profile for the real Mem, the one who'd gone missing. There were cached reviews from other families, all dated before she vanished, all glowing. I clicked through some of the usernames who'd left reviews, hoping one might be a real person. Something more than just a generic user, 1088. Finally, I found one that looked legit, a mom from a suburb 2 hours away. She had a public blog linked in her profile. Her name was Megan, and she'd posted a heartfelt entry about the real Elle going missing, how Elle had been her go-to babysitter for almost a year, how she vanished after taking a job for a new family one weekend. The police had found her car, purse still inside. The house she was supposed to sit at had been vacant. I sat there staring at the screen, stomach flipping. Whoever had been in my home wasn't just using a fake identity. She was using the identity of someone gone, and somehow she knew enough to act just like her. I took a screenshot of the blog post, then scrolled down. Megan had included a few photos of Elle smiling, holding a toddler, crouching next to a sandbox. And it hit me like a punch. It wasn't the same woman who came to our house. Not even close. Different face, different build, different everything. So who the hell was she? I couldn't sit still. I printed the screenshots, grabbed the notebook, and drove straight to the police station. I asked to speak to the same officer who'd taken our initial statement. They said he was off duty, but would leave a note. I left the printouts, the blog, everything. When I asked if they'd follow up with the missing persons case, they told me that case had been transferred to another jurisdiction, and there's only so much they can do unless a crime had occurred in our county. I don't know what I expected. Maybe I thought someone would take the notebook seriously, that they'd read Emma's words and feel what I felt, that creeping unease, that sense that something had been done to her, or at least near her. Instead, they photocopied it and handed the original back like it was a school assignment. That night, my husband and I sat on the couch after Emma went to bed. We didn't speak for a long time, just stared at the baby monitor, even though she was fast asleep. I think we need to talk to a child psychologist, I finally said. He nodded slowly. You think she's been traumatized? I don't know. I don't think she understands it like that, but something happened, something weird, and it's not going away. He rubbed his face. What do we even say? Our babysitter might have been someone impersonating a missing woman, and now our kid thinks she's still in the house. I didn't laugh, neither did he. We both knew it didn't sound right, but it felt true. The next day, Emma said something else. We were coloring together, just the two of us. She was drawing what looked like a stick figure inside a house. I asked her who it was. That's Elle, she said without looking up. I froze. Elle's not here anymore, sweetie. She tilted her head. She comes back sometimes. I tried to keep my voice steady. What do you mean? Emma picked up a red crayon and started coloring big looping circles around the stick figure's head. When I'm asleep, she talks to me. She tells me you used to be her. I couldn't speak. I didn't want to push. but I had to ask. "What does that mean, baby?" Emma shrugged. "She says I'm hers now." I excused myself to the bathroom and sat on the toilet lid, gripping the edge of the sink, trying not to cry. That night, I went through the house top to bottom. I checked every closet, every crawl space. I opened the attic, even though I hate that narrow pull-down ladder. Nothing. No signs of entry, no tampered windows, no missing items. Except one thing. A tiny pair of socks that weren't Emma's, stuffed deep inside the bottom of her toy bin, beneath the dolls and puzzles and plastic food. They were child-sized, old, faded pink with little ruffles. Not ours. Not bought by us. Not from any set I remembered. I took them to the police the next morning. The woman at the front desk gave me a look like I was spiraling. Maybe I was. "Ma'am, do you want to file another report?" she asked. I just stood there holding the socks in a Ziploc bag. "Do you keep records of fingerprints?" She nodded slowly. "If there's an investigation, was there a break-in?" "No," I said quietly, "not a break-in. Just a break. In reality. In trust. In whatever thin line separates normal from wrong." Later that afternoon, Emma started crying during her nap. I ran in, heart pounding. She wasn't in bed. She was sitting on the floor holding that notebook. I hadn't seen her touch it in days. She looked up at me, tears on her cheeks. "She wants you to stop calling me Emma." My blood turned to ice. "What does she want to call you?" Emma held the notebook to her chest and whispered one word. "Lila." That wasn't her name. But it was the name of the missing babysitter, the real Elle's last client. I had seen it once. Buried in the last post on Megan's blog. Lila Harper, age 5. Gone without a trace. I stood there in Emma's doorway, frozen. The word echoed inside me like it had weight. Lila. It didn't belong in our house. It didn't belong in my daughter's mouth. She couldn't have known it. Wouldn't have known it. I knelt down slowly, trying to stay calm. "Where did you hear that name, baby?" Emma wiped her nose with her sleeve, eyes wide and shiny. She told me. I hesitated. "Who told you, sweetie?" She looked down at the notebook she was still holding tight against her chest, like it was a shield. Elle. I reached forward and gently took the notebook from her. She didn't resist. I flipped through it. No new entries, just the ones I'd read before. Still the same pages that made my stomach twist. Still that shaky, innocent handwriting telling stories no 5-year-old should ever be able to write. "I don't want her to come back," Emma whispered. The worst part was that I didn't know what she meant by that. Did she mean a dream, a game, a memory, a hallucination? I wanted to believe it was imagination, the way any mom would. That she'd overheard me talking about the case and pieced together some story. But it didn't fit. Emma had never heard the name Lila. I never said it out loud. Not to her, not even to my husband. That night, I couldn't sit still. I waited until my husband was asleep, then got out of bed and went into the kitchen. I brought the laptop with me and opened Megan's blog again. I reread everything, this time slower, hunting for details I might have skimmed over before. She'd written that Lila had vanished from a house during the babysitting weekend. The parents had gone away overnight. Elle had been watching the child. When they came back, Elle was gone. The front door was unlocked. The house was spotless. No signs of struggle. Lila's room looked like she'd never been there. No fingerprints, no footprints, just silence. And then I saw it, a sentence I'd missed before, maybe because it hadn't meant anything at the time. Lila's favorite thing was drawing suns with faces. We still find them around the house sometimes. My heart sank. I stood up slowly, left the laptop on the counter, and walked toward Emma's room. I didn't want to wake her, but I needed to see something. I opened the door quietly. She was asleep, breathing soft and steady. I tiptoed to her art desk and pulled out her sketchbook. I flipped through page after page. Sun with a smile. Sun with a frown. Sun with big eyes and red cheeks. Over and over. The same face, the same thick rays. Emma had never drawn suns like that before. I would have noticed. I backed out of the room, shutting the door gently, trying not to panic. I wanted to call someone, scream, do something. But who would I even call? The police already thought I was spiraling. And maybe I was. But I wasn't wrong. The next morning, I asked Emma what she dreamed about. She looked up from her cereal and said, "We were playing in the basement." I blinked. "We don't go in the basement, baby. It's full of boxes." "I know," she said simply, but it was different. She made it bigger. "She who?" Emma shrugged. "The other mommy." I felt dizzy. After I dropped her off at preschool, I went home and opened the basement door. I hadn't been down there in months. We mostly kept old furniture and out-of-season clothes down there. It smelled musty, like cardboard and cement, but it felt colder than usual. I stood at the bottom of the stairs and turned on the light. It flickered for a second, then stayed on. Everything looked normal. Stacks of boxes, old coat racks, bins of baby clothes. Nothing strange. Until I turned around to go back up. There were drawings on the wall. Crayon, faint and scrawled. 3 stick figures, a woman, a little girl, and a third shape, larger, with long arms and no face. I stepped closer. Beneath the drawing, in barely legible letters, were 2 words. Not you. I dropped my phone. I don't remember going back upstairs. I don't remember shutting the door. But the next thing I knew, I was in the kitchen again, standing over the sink, breathing hard and gripping the edge of the counter like it was the only thing keeping me upright. I called the preschool, told them I was picking Emma up early. When I got there, she was fine, happy. She ran to me like nothing was wrong. "Can we get a snack?" she asked, her voice light. We drove in silence. When we got home, I watched her like a hawk. At one point, she walked over to her dollhouse and started whispering to her dolls. "What are you saying?" I asked from across the room. "Nothing," she said, "just asking if Elle's still here." I crouched down beside her. "Emma, sweetie, why do you think Elle is here?" She paused, then looked at me in a way that made my skin crawl. "Because she keeps trying to wear your face." My mouth went dry. I didn't know what to say. That night, I asked my husband to sleep in Emma's room. I told him it was just for comfort, that she'd been having bad dreams. I didn't tell him what she'd said. Not yet. I stayed up, pacing the hallway. Around 3 in the morning, I heard whispering. I crept to Emma's door and pressed my ear against it. Silence. Then, soft, high-pitched humming. I cracked the door open. Emma was asleep. My husband was too. But the baby monitor, the one on the dresser, still turned on, was blinking. I picked it up, took it to the living room, turned up the volume. Whispers. Too quiet to make out, but not Emma's voice, and not mine. I played it back. There it was again. She's still trying to remember who she is. I dropped the monitor. It cracked on the floor, screen going black. And when I looked up just for a second, I saw my reflection in the window. But it wasn't doing what I was doing. It was smiling. The worst part about realizing something is wrong in your own home is that you stop trusting the walls, the doorknobs, the mirrors, the silence between sounds. It's like the house knows, and it's waiting for you to admit it too. After I saw my reflection smile when I didn't, I backed away from the window like it could reach through the glass. My legs felt rubbery. I dropped onto the couch and stared at the blank TV screen, trying to breathe normally. Inhale, exhale. You're just tired, I told myself. It's stress. You've been on edge since Emma said that name. That's all. But in the back of my mind, I knew. There are certain things a 5-year-old doesn't make up, especially not over and over, especially not names she never should have heard, especially not sentences like, "She keeps trying to wear your face." I picked up the baby monitor off the floor and turned it back on. It was dead. Not low battery, just dead. No blinking light, no static, nothing. It had been plugged in all day. The next morning I went into the basement with gloves and a flashlight. I didn't tell my husband. I told Emma she wasn't allowed down there anymore. She didn't ask why. She just nodded and kept coloring in her notebook. Not the one I found in the toy box, a new one. This one was purple, and I hadn't bought it. I crouched at the bottom of the basement steps and examined the wall with the crayon drawing. I rubbed at the stick figures with a towel. They smudged, faint but real, not just imagination. Someone had drawn them, and not recently. I started checking every corner of the basement. Nothing, until I opened the storage cabinet under the stairs. It was a small crawl space, too small for an adult to get inside, but just enough space for a child, or for someone curled up tightly. I don't know what I expected to find. Maybe I hoped it'd be empty. It wasn't. There were scraps of fabric in the back corner, bits of yarn, a cracked plastic mirror propped up with books. One of the books had been torn apart. Another had handwriting inside. Child's handwriting. "I miss my name. She said I was her favorite. She said I'd be safe in the walls." I didn't cry. I wanted to, but I didn't. I took photos of everything. Sent them to a burner email I created on the spot. I don't know why, just in case, for documentation, so if something happened to me, someone would know. I tried calling the police again that afternoon, but the officer who came by didn't even come inside. I explained everything: the notebook, the name Lila, the basement, the drawing, the babysitter who wasn't who she said she was, and he just nodded like he was ticking off boxes in his head. Said without a crime or threat, there wasn't much to do. I asked if they'd followed up on the identity of the fake L. He said the case was still open, and they'd be in touch. Then he told me I should get some rest. That night, I pulled out old baby videos of Emma on my phone, ones from before that night, when things still made sense. I just wanted to hear her voice, remind myself of the real version of her. Not the one who whispered about other mommies or saw things in dreams. But as I was scrolling, I found something else. A video I didn't remember recording. It was dated the night we hired Elle. The thumbnail was dark, but I recognized the room Emma's. I played it. The camera was facing the ceiling, soundless at first, then a soft creaking. A figure walked past the camera, bare feet, long pants. Then the whispering started. Not Emma, not me, not anyone I recognized. The voice was soft and low, feminine, but not gentle. Do you know who you are? Say it. Say your name. Then silence. A tiny voice. Emma's voice. Lila. The video ended. I stared at the screen so long it dimmed. When I turned it back on, the video was gone. I checked my recently deleted folder. Empty. I checked my cloud backup. Nothing. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in the hallway outside Emma's room, back against the wall, holding the broken baby monitor in my lap like it might start working again. Around 3 a.m., I heard her talking in her sleep. I crawled to the door and pressed my ear against it. Just her voice. Whispers. But she wasn't alone. Two voices, hers and someone else's. I opened the door. She was sitting upright in bed, eyes closed, whispering to the empty air in front of her. Her hands were resting in her lap, calm, too calm. Emma, I said softly. She didn't answer. I stepped closer. Emma, honey. Her eyes snapped open. She blinked at me, confused. Where'd she go? Who, baby? She looked around the room, her mouth trembling. She was here. I pulled her into my arms. Her skin was cold, not sweaty, not flushed, just cold. She cried for a few minutes, but never told me anything else. Just kept saying she was here over and over. The next morning, she didn't remember. Said she slept fine. Said she hadn't had any dreams. But I saw the way she avoided the hallway mirror, the way she glanced over her shoulder while brushing her teeth. She remembered. She just didn't want to talk about it. And honestly, neither did I. Not until later that night, when I found the photo. It was tucked inside one of the picture frames on the living room shelf. A new photo. Not printed, not developed. just a plain sheet of paper with an image printed on it in grainy black and white. It was our living room. Me and Emma sitting on the couch. Except I wasn't facing the camera. And Emma wasn't looking at me. She was looking behind me. And in the far corner of the room, where the shadows met the wall, was the shape of a woman, watching us. I sat there staring at the photo for what felt like forever. My hands wouldn't stop trembling, and the edge of the paper curled slightly where my fingers gripped too tight. I studied every inch of it, the couch, the throw pillows, the faint blur of Emma's hand as she reached for something, but I kept coming back to the corner. That shape. It wasn't a shadow, not exactly. It had form, shoulders, maybe, the outline of long hair, like someone standing just out of focus, barely real, but still there, watching. I checked the timestamp printed at the bottom of the page. It wasn't a time I remembered anyone taking a picture. No visitors, no phone in sight. But it lined up almost to the minute with the night I sat up with Emma, the night I thought I heard her talking in her sleep. The night I thought we were alone. I took the photo and shoved it deep in the drawer of the hallway table, under old birthday cards and appliance manuals. Out of sight. That would be enough, I thought. If I didn't see it, maybe it wouldn't be real. The next morning, Emma asked if she could sleep in my bed that night. "Why, baby?" I asked, trying to keep my voice light. She looked at her cereal. "I don't want her to come into my room again." I didn't answer. I just kissed the top of her head and said, "Okay." That day I called in sick to work, said I had a migraine. My boss barely listened before approving the day off. I think my voice scared her. I needed time to think, to breathe, to figure out if I was losing my mind or if something had really taken root in our house. I spent most of the morning searching through old receipts, documents, anything I could find from the night we hired Elle. But nothing lined up. No payment history, no messages, no ride requests, no trace of her profile. Even the confirmation email I know I received was gone from my inbox. Just a gap where a date should have been. Like she was never there. And then I remembered something. The doorbell camera. We'd only installed it 2 months ago. Motion activated. Stored footage for 30 days unless manually downloaded. It had a small, glitchy interface, but it worked. I opened the app and scrolled back to the night she arrived. It took a while. The footage had gaps, weird skips, almost like pieces had been deliberately removed. But then, at 6:45 p.m., there she was, standing on our porch. Same sweater, same polite smile. Her hand raised in a friendly wave. But as the video played, I noticed something I hadn't before. Her reflection in the glass. It didn't move. Not even slightly. While she waved and smiled and tucked hair behind her ear, the reflection stood frozen, arms at her side, face blank. I felt something tighten in my chest. I paused the video and stared at the screen. Screenshot. Saved it to my phone. I didn't know what I was going to do with it, but I needed proof. I needed to remind myself this was happening. That night, I let Emma sleep in our bed. I read her a story, kissed her forehead, and waited until she fell asleep. I stayed up with the lights on, pretending to read, pretending everything was fine. It wasn't. At 3:14 a.m., the lights flickered. Not off, just dimmed, like someone was playing with the voltage. I held my breath. Then came the creak of a floorboard. Not in our room. From Emma's. I got up slowly, careful not to wake her, and stepped into the hallway. The door to her room was half open, swaying just slightly like it had been touched. I didn't go in. I couldn't. I stood there frozen, listening to the faintest sound. Breathing. Not mine. Not hers. Just breathing. I backed away and shut our bedroom door, wedging a chair under the knob like they do in movies. It didn't feel ridiculous. It felt necessary. I didn't sleep. The next morning, I found another drawing in Emma's room. Not in her sketchbook. This one was taped to the back of her door. 3 figures again. But this time, the stick figure meant to be me had no face. No eyes, no mouth, just an empty circle. When I asked Emma who drew it, she didn't answer. She just whispered. She said if I don't play right, she'll make me stay. That day, I packed a bag. I called my sister and told her we were coming for a visit, a long one. I didn't explain. She didn't ask. Maybe she heard something in my voice. Maybe she already knew something was wrong. Before we left, I went into the basement one last time. The drawings on the wall were gone, but in their place, in red marker, was a sentence. You can go, but she stays. I grabbed Emma and left the house without looking back. We've been staying at my sister's place ever since. Emma's sleeping through the night again. No drawings, no whispers, no dreams about Elle. But last night my sister found Emma in the hallway, sitting in the dark. She asked her what she was doing. Emma said, waiting for Mommy. My sister said, but your Mommy's right here. And Emma looked up and said, not that Mommy. I don't know what I've brought with us, but I don't think it stayed in the house. I didn't know what closure looked like anymore. After 3 weeks at my sister's, I was still waking up at 3 a.m., sitting straight up in bed like my body had memorized something I hadn't agreed to. Emma, at least, seemed better. Her appetite returned. The circles under her eyes faded, but every now and then, she would pause mid-play and look at nothing for a few seconds too long, like she was remembering something and trying to forget it at the same time. I wanted to believe we were safe now, but safety started to feel like a story I told myself at night. I had done what any rational person would do. I left the house, protected my kid, reported everything. And still, I couldn't shake the weight of it. The idea that something had sunk its claws into our lives and didn't want to let go. So I went back. Not for long, just a few hours. I needed to see it again, not in my memory, but in daylight. I asked my sister to take Emma to the park and drove to our house with a pit in my stomach. The yard looked normal, lawn dry from early spring, newspapers stacked on the porch, the welcome mat still crooked. But the second I walked in, I knew no one had been inside. And yet, it didn't feel empty. I walked from room to room. My feet were almost silent on the hardwood, but the house groaned in the kind of way that makes you feel like you're not alone. I didn't bring boxes or trash bags. I wasn't there to pack. I needed answers, or at least a thread to tug at. I started in Emma's room. Her sheets were still tangled from the last night we'd slept there. I touched the edge of her pillow, cold. In the closet, I found the sketchbooks again. She hadn't brought them to my sister's, I made sure of that. They were stacked neatly, too neatly. I opened one. Every page was covered in suns. Hundreds of them, each slightly different, some frowning, some smiling, some with hollow eyes. The last page stopped me. It was a drawing of 3 stick figures. Again, but this time there were names written in shaky, blocky letters beneath each one. Mommy, Emma, her, and above them a sentence. She said she was lonely before. I closed the book and set it down. My hands were sweating. I didn't feel watched, not exactly, but I felt noticed, like the house remembered me, like it was waiting to see what I'd do next. I headed downstairs to the basement. I wasn't even scared anymore. I just felt tired. The cabinet under the stairs still creaked the same way. The crawl space still smelled of dust and something slightly sweet like old perfume or dried flowers. But the mirror inside, the little plastic one that had been propped up with books, it was shattered. In the center of the broken glass, written in red marker across the largest shard, was a word. Mine. I backed out, slowly, carefully, heart pounding. Upstairs again, I stood in the living room, trying to remember if there was something I missed. That's when I noticed it. The framed photo on the shelf, the one of me, Emma, and my husband at the beach, was wrong. I'd looked at it 100 times, but now there was something in the background, barely visible, behind us. A woman, out of focus, watching. I took the frame off the shelf and turned it over. Behind the photo, tucked into the backing, was a folded piece of paper. I opened it slowly. It was a birth certificate. Not Emma's. It was for a girl named Lila Harper, born 5 years ago. Same birthday as Emma. The address listed under place of birth was ours. The handwriting on the line that said mother had been scratched out, but I could still make out the first few letters. L. I left the house. I didn't pack a single thing. I went straight to the police station and handed over the certificate, the photo, the sketchbook page. I told them everything. Again, this time they listened. A detective followed up with the babysitting agency. They finally acknowledged that the L who showed up at our house used stolen credentials. An open investigation was already underway. It turned out I wasn't the only parent who had reported strange behavior, but no one had gone as far as I had. No one else had the drawings, the photo, the fingerprints on the broken mirror they'd eventually dust. They asked me to take Emma in for a forensic interview. She didn't talk much, but when they asked her who Elle was, she said something I'll never forget. She told me she used to be mommy, but she wasn't good at it. The therapist's face didn't even change. She just nodded. Emma's statement was enough to flag the case as a high priority. More digging turned up 2 more families in nearby towns with similar stories. Notes, photos, weird entries in kids' diaries. One even had a video, shaky and dim, of a woman crawling out of a child's closet before quickly retreating when the light flipped on. And the woman always looked just a little different. But the smile was always the same. We don't live in that house anymore. We moved 2 states away. My husband got a new job. Emma started kindergarten under a new name. We don't talk about Elle, not in front of her, not even between ourselves, really. But the house? It was condemned last month. The new buyers backed out after renovations started. The contractor reported something unusual in the walls. Bones. Small ones. And behind a sealed panel in the basement, they found a child's bed, covered in sun drawings. The DNA is still being tested. They suspect it might be Lila, or maybe someone else. Maybe there was more than one. But for me, the scariest part wasn't the bones. It wasn't even the secret room or the forged identities. It was the notebook they found tucked under the mattress. Same pink cover. Inside, the first page had 5 words, written in a new, careful hand. She said I could stay. I never want to know what that meant. Some stories don't need sequels. Some things should stay buried. I moved into the apartment on a Tuesday afternoon, not for any special reason. That's just when the moving truck could show up. The building wasn't fancy, but it was clean, cheap, and quiet. That was the word the property manager kept using. Quiet complex, quiet neighborhood, quiet tenants. I didn't care much at the time. I just needed out of the city, out of the noise, out of everything that had started making my chest feel tight when I woke up in the mornings. I didn't meet any of the neighbors right away, just polite waves from a woman walking her dog on the 2nd floor, and some guy who nodded while carrying a case of water into his unit. That was it. Except for the man next door. He was already standing at his window when I pulled up. 3rd floor, unit 304. Mine was 305. I glanced up while the movers hauled in my boxes, and there he was. Thin gray shirt pressed against the glass, just watching. I gave a half wave. He didn't return it, just stood there. Didn't seem like much at the time. Weird, maybe, but not dangerous. The first couple of nights were uneventful. I unpacked, set up the couch, found a place for the coffee pot. My bed was still a mattress on the floor. I hadn't gotten around to buying a frame. I told myself it made the place feel temporary, like I could still leave if I wanted. By night 3, I started to notice him again. The man next door, always inside. His blinds were never shut. Every time I glanced out the window to smoke or get some air, I could see into his living room. He sat in the same chair, lights on, a small lamp behind him casting this weird orange glow around the room. Sometimes he read. Sometimes he just stared at the TV, though I never once heard the sound. I figured he was retired, or maybe agoraphobic. Maybe he just didn't like people. But then I started hearing the whispering. It started low, late at night, always around the same time, 2, maybe 2:30 in the morning. I thought it was the pipes at first. You live in old buildings long enough, You learn to ignore the weird noises. But this was different. Rhythmic, almost like a conversation. Pauses between each line, sometimes too fast. Sometimes a breath held too long. I'd lie on my mattress, staring at the ceiling, listening, waiting to hear a second voice. But I never did, just his, talking to someone who wasn't there. That was when I started feeling weird about it. I brought it up casually to the girl on the second floor when we crossed paths again. "The guy in 304?" she asked. "Oh, yeah, quiet dude." "That's kind of the problem," I said. "He's always in there. Like, always." She shrugged and kept walking. I started keeping notes. Not because I thought I'd need them, but because something about it made me feel like I was losing track of time. Thursday, lights still on at 3:18 a.m. Saturday, same whispering, louder tonight. Sounded like he was closer to the wall. Monday, I swear I saw him standing in the dark, just the outline, no light behind him. It was subtle at first, the kind of thing you can explain away if you really want to. I told myself it was loneliness. New place, new town, no real friends yet. Just my voice echoing off the empty kitchen and the hum of the fridge at night. But then things changed. He started watching me. Not just from the window, from closer. I'd walk out into the hall, and I'd see the edge of his door cracked open, a shadow just beyond the frame. No sound, no greeting. One night I walked past to take my trash out, and I felt it, that pinprick sensation on the back of your neck when someone's behind you. I turned. His door was open wider. Not all the way, just enough to see a hand resting on the inside knob. Still, pale. I stood there for a few seconds, unsure if I should say something. Then I backed away slowly and took the stairs 2 at a time. The next morning, my front doormat was gone. I didn't say anything, just replaced it. 2 nights later, I woke up to the sound of my peephole being covered. Not a knock, not footsteps, just the quiet scrape of fingers brushing against the wood, then a shadow blocking the light from the hallway. I stayed frozen in bed. Eventually, it moved away. The next morning, I looked through the peephole and saw something new. A smudge. A greasy, human-sized smudge. That was when I decided to report it. I called the building manager, explained everything calmly. No drama, just facts. He sounded confused. "Which unit?" he asked. 304, I said. "The guy next to me." There was a long pause. "Ma'am, no one's rented 304 in over 2 months. I stared at the phone in my hand. "That's not possible. I see him every day." "Well, you shouldn't," he said. "That place has been locked up since July. The tenant passed away. We haven't touched it since. No one's had a key." I didn't respond. My mind was stuck on one thing. If no one had been in that apartment, then who had I been watching through the window? And who exactly had been watching me back? That was the first time I didn't sleep. And it was the last time I ever looked through the peephole without flinching. I didn't call the police right away. I probably should have, but I didn't know what I'd even say. "Hi, I think the dead man next door is still watching me." That kind of thing gets you placed on hold, or worse, flagged as unstable. And I didn't feel unstable, just scared, like there was a weight sitting behind every thought. That day I kept to myself. I stayed inside, curtains drawn, no music, no TV. I just listened to the quiet and the whispering. It started again around 2:15 in the morning. Same low muttering. No words I could make out. But this time it was louder, like the wall was thinner, or like the voice had gotten closer. I sat on the floor with my back against the kitchen counter, legs pulled in, holding a mug of coffee I wasn't drinking. The whispering didn't stop, not until nearly 4. And that smell, the one like rotting fruit and something sour underneath, was stronger now. It leaked through the wall and settled into my pillows, into the hallway, into my hair. I took 3 showers in one day, but I could still smell it when I lay down at night. That morning, I made a decision. I was going to get inside that apartment. I didn't care what the manager said. If 304 was supposed to be empty, someone needed to see what was happening, because I wasn't imagining things. I wasn't sleep-deprived or losing it. There was something in there. I waited until late afternoon. The building manager, Tom, usually did his walkthroughs between 1 and 2. I stood in my doorway at 1:40 and waited. When I heard his keys jangling down the hall, I stepped out and waved. "Hey," I said, trying to sound normal. "Do you have a second?" He looked up, surprised. "Yeah, sure," he said. "Everything all right?" "Sort of," I said. "It's about next door." His expression flattened. "Still hearing things?" I nodded. "Look, I know you said no one's in there, but I'm not the only one who's seen him. The girl with the dog downstairs? She said he's always home. I think you might want to take a look." Tom hesitated. Then, without saying anything, he pulled out his master key ring and turned toward 304. The door looked the same as always. Slightly dirty, dull brass number. No welcome mat. The only thing different was the smell, stronger now, like something had spoiled behind the wall. Tom fit the key into the lock and pushed the door open. And we both just stood there. The apartment was still. Not messy, not clean, just untouched, like someone had left in the middle of the day and never came back. A plate on the coffee table with dried food on it, a cup of water halfway full, a blanket folded on the couch, and that lamp, still on, casting that same weird orange light across the carpet. Tom stepped in first. He looked around cautiously, like he was expecting something to jump out. I stayed in the doorway. The place smelled awful, worse than I'd imagined. Not just rot, decay, like something was breaking down in the walls. "Holy hell," Tom muttered, pinching his nose. "Do you see anything?" I asked. He didn't answer right away. Then he turned toward me and pointed. On the far wall, just beside the couch, was a mirror. And on the mirror, written in what looked like grease or dirt, were 2 words. "Still here." Tom looked at me. "Did you do this?" I shook my head. "I've never been in here." He stared at the message for a long time, then walked to the bathroom. I heard the door creak open, then a sharp inhale. "Don't come in here," he said. So I didn't. He came out a few seconds later, pale, eyes wide. "We're gonna lock this place back up," he said. "You didn't see anything, understand?" I wanted to ask questions, but I nodded. He shut the door, locked it twice, and walked away without another word. That night, the whispering didn't stop. It started at 1:42 in the morning and didn't fade until nearly 5. I didn't sleep. I sat on the couch with every light on, trying to pretend I was somewhere else. Somewhere safe. At 6 in the morning, I called my sister. I hadn't talked to her in weeks, but I needed to hear a voice that wasn't coming from the other side of a wall. She answered, groggy. "What's wrong?" I didn't know how to explain. "There's something in my building," I said. "Something wrong." She asked if I wanted her to come over. I said no. I don't know why. I think part of me believed I could fix it on my own. Or maybe I was afraid to bring anyone else into it. Around 10 that morning, I went down to the mailboxes. I saw the woman with the dog again. She waved. I hesitated. Then I asked, "Did you ever talk to the guy in 304? She paused. "The guy next to you?" "Yeah." Her brow furrowed. "No, I don't think so. Why?" "You said he's always home." She frowned, thinking. Did I? I guess I meant I always saw the light on. Never really saw him. I didn't say anything, because I remembered exactly what she'd said the first week. Quiet dude. Always there. Always watching. I went back upstairs and locked my door. That night, the whispering got worse. It wasn't just muttering anymore. It was chanting. Rhythmic, repetitive. A pattern I didn't recognize. And this time, it wasn't coming through the wall. It was coming from my closet. I sat on the edge of the bed, staring at the closed door. I didn't move. Not until morning. The closet door stayed closed, but I didn't go near it. Not that night, not the next morning. When the sun finally crept over the windowsill, I still hadn't slept. I sat on the edge of my bed with my phone in one hand and a kitchen knife in the other. Not because I thought I'd need it, but because it gave my hands something to do, something solid to hold on to. I kept listening, not just for the whispering, for anything. Footsteps, a knock, even breathing. But once the sun came up, everything stopped. No voices, no chanting, just silence. That horrible, heavy kind of silence that makes the air feel too thick. By 10, I worked up the nerve to open the closet. Slowly, I grabbed a broom first and nudged the door open from a distance. The hinges creaked, loud in the stillness. The sliver of light from the window landed across the floor and showed nothing. Just clothes, a few boxes, my suitcase still zipped up from the move. No sign of anything out of place, no explanation, except for the smell. That same sour, rotting stink. Stronger now, like it had soaked into the walls. I emptied the entire closet, pulled everything out, and dumped it in the hallway. There was nothing in there. No vents, no crawl space, no reason for the smell. I ran the vacuum, lit a candle, wiped everything down with bleach. It didn't help. It felt like the smell was following me now. That afternoon, I called the building office. Tom didn't answer, but his assistant did, a woman named Gina, who sounded about 22 and completely over her job. "Is Tom around?" I asked. She yawned. "Nah, he's out on a call." "Can you tell me when he's back? It's about the apartment next to mine, 304. There was a pause. "That place still locked up?" I blinked. "You don't know?" "Nope, I just handle paperwork." I hung up. That night I didn't wait for the whispering to start. I stayed in the living room with every light on, sitting in a chair facing the front door. I had the knife again. The broom was across my lap too, like that somehow helped. I didn't care how ridiculous I looked. Around 1:40 in the morning, I heard footsteps in the hallway. Not loud, not rushed, just slow, deliberate pacing. Back and forth. Then came the knock. Soft, measured. Just once. I didn't move. Another knock. This time, closer to the peephole. I stood up, quietly, and looked through it. There he was. The man from 304. Standing in the hallway, maybe 2 feet from my door, staring straight ahead. His eyes didn't blink. His face didn't move. It looked wrong, too still. Like something wearing a person's skin but not sure how to use it. I backed away slowly. He didn't knock again. He just stood there, watching. I didn't sleep. I stayed in the chair until sunrise, knife still in hand. The next morning I walked straight to the building office. Tom was there this time. I didn't even say hello. I just asked flat out, "When are you going to check 304? He rubbed his face like I'd caught him in the middle of a hangover. "Look, I know you think you saw something, but I already told you that place hasn't been touched in months. You were there. You saw it." "I saw the message on the mirror," I said. "I saw his plate, his blanket, the lamp. Someone's still in there." "No," he said, looking away. "They're not." "What did you see in the bathroom?" That made him freeze. He didn't answer right away. Then he said quietly, "There was a chair in the tub, rotted through, metal bent like someone had been sitting there a long time, and mold. The whole place smelled like death." "So you're just going to leave it like that?" I asked. "It's not my call," he said. "That unit's under probate review. No one's allowed in until the lawyer clears it." That was it. That was the end of his help. I went back to my apartment and sat in the hallway outside the door. I didn't want to go in. Not with that smell waiting. Not with that feeling that something had taken root inside the walls. But I didn't have anywhere else to go. I thought about calling my sister again, asking to crash for a few nights. But I already knew what she'd say, that I was being paranoid, that I was tired, that it was all stress and new apartment nerves. And maybe she was right. But it didn't feel like stress. It felt like something watching me from behind the drywall. That night, the whispering came back. But this time, it wasn't just through the walls. It came from inside the bedroom, from the closet again. Same low voice, same cadence, except now I could almost make out words. Not full sentences, just phrases, over and over. Don't look, don't turn around. Still here, still watching. And then, nothing. The silence was worse. I sat on the edge of the bed and stared at the closet door for what felt like hours. I didn't open it. I didn't move until I heard my name. Not whispered, not chanted, spoken, clear as day, from inside the closet, right behind the door. My knees went numb. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. I stood up, walked into the living room, and called the police. I didn't know what to tell them, but I told them everything. The noises, the smells, the knocking, the man in the hallway. I even told them the neighbor was supposed to be dead. They said they'd send someone over. I waited, and for once, the building stayed quiet. Until the officers knocked. The 2 officers showed up just after 3 in the morning. One was older, with graying hair and the kind of tired eyes that told me he'd seen too much. The other looked maybe 25, still green, trying to hide it with a straight back and a clipped voice. I buzzed them in and met them at the door. My hands were shaking, but I tried to keep my voice even as I let them inside. "It's through there," I said, motioning toward the bedroom. "I know how this sounds, but I'm not making it up. The guy next door, he died months ago, but he's still here. Or something is." The younger cop gave a glance to the older one, like he wasn't sure how seriously to take me. "Let's just have a look," the older one said, calm and level. "Start from the top. What exactly have you been hearing?" I told them everything, again. The whispering, the smell, the writing on the mirror, the knocking, the man in the hallway. I tried to be matter-of-fact about it, but halfway through, I could hear how crazy it sounded. Still, I kept going. They listened. At least, they didn't roll their eyes. That was something. After I finished, the younger one stepped toward the closet. "That where the voice came from?" I nodded. "Yes, I didn't open it, not since yesterday." He crouched, hand on the knob. Then he opened it in one smooth motion. Empty. The clothes I'd thrown back in were shoved to one side. My suitcase was still there. No signs of anything out of the ordinary. Just the lingering scent of bleach and something underneath it, like mold in a closed room. "There's no one in there," he said, straightening up. "I know, but there was." The older officer moved toward the wall. "This unit shares a wall with the next, right? 304? "Yeah." He pressed his hand against the drywall, listening. "I've been in a lot of buildings like this," he said. "Thin walls. Sound travels weird. Whispering can echo, bounce off pipes. You sure you weren't hearing someone on the floor below?" "No," I said. "It was right here, and he was outside my door. I saw him through the peephole. I've seen him through the window." The younger cop walked over to the front door and tried the peephole himself. could be someone messing with you," he said. "But if that unit next door is locked and vacant like you said—" "It is," I told him. "Tom, the manager, confirmed it." The officers exchanged a look. "Well," the older one said, "we can do a quick sweep of the unit next door, but we'd need permission and a key." "I can call Tom." He nodded. "Please do." I stepped into the kitchen and dialed Tom's number. He answered on the third ring, groggy and irritated. "It's me," I said. "Sorry to call, but the police are here. They want to check 304. A pause. Then, "All right, I'll be there in 15. When Tom showed up, he looked worse than I'd ever seen him. Unshaven, sunken eyes, sweatshirt half-zipped like he'd thrown it on in a rush. He nodded at the officers, said nothing to me, and handed over the master key. We all walked out together and stood in front of 304. I watched as the older cop slid the key into the lock and opened the door. It creaked. The smell hit us instantly. Stronger than ever, like something had died and been left to rot for weeks. The flashlight swept the room. Same orange lamp still on. Same couch. Same mirror. But the writing was gone. The mirror was clean. No grease, no smudge, no "still here." The officers stepped inside. The place looked just like before, only more still, like the air didn't move, like the walls were holding their breath. I stayed in the doorway. The younger officer checked the bathroom. He didn't say anything, just looked inside, then closed the door behind him. "Nothing obvious," the older one said. "We'll file a report, let the city know about the odor, but there's nothing illegal happening here." "That's not what I started but stopped." He was right. There was no proof. Just me, just what I'd heard. As we stepped back out, the younger officer turned to me. "If anything else happens," he said, "record it, write it down, call us sooner." I nodded. Tom locked the door behind us and didn't say a word. The officers left soon after. I stood in the hallway alone. Something wasn't right. Back inside my apartment, I tried to calm down. I boiled some tea water I never drank. I rearranged the books on the shelf I hadn't read. I turned on a podcast I didn't listen to. And then I noticed the closet door was open again. Just slightly. I hadn't touched it. And on the inside, carved into the wood, not written, carved were 3 words. "I see you." I dropped the mug I was holding. It shattered across the floor. I didn't even flinch. I called my sister. This time I didn't care how I sounded. "I'm coming over," I said. "Tonight." She didn't argue, just told me to bring a bag. I packed in under 10 minutes, left the lights on, locked the door behind me. As I walked down the hallway, I passed by 304, and I heard it. Not a whisper, not a knock. Breathing. Slow, labored, right behind the door. I didn't stop. I didn't look back. I left that night, and I didn't return for 4 days. My sister didn't ask many questions. She gave me a spare blanket and a corner of her couch and let me be. I think she assumed I'd had a breakdown of some kind. She kept offering tea, soft conversations, dumb reality shows in the background. I appreciated it more than I could say. I didn't tell her about the closet door or the carved message. I wanted to, but every time I tried to bring it up, the words caught in my throat. Like saying it out loud would make it follow me there. The first night at her place, I slept almost normally. A few hours anyway. No whispering, no strange smells, no eyes behind peepholes. Just regular city noise, sirens in the distance, someone arguing on the sidewalk. Real noise, human noise. But the second night, I dreamt of the hallway. It was empty at first, just my door, my welcome mat, the scuffed linoleum floors. Then slowly, the door to 304 opened, and something stepped out. Not a man. Not really. It had the shape of one tall, thin, stiff at the joints, but its face was blurry, like trying to see a reflection in running water. It moved toward me without sound. No footsteps, no breathing. And just before it reached me, I woke up. I sat upright, heart pounding, mouth dry. The living room was still dark, but I could hear the hum of the fridge, the soft buzz of my sister's TV through the wall. Safe sounds. I still didn't go back. Not right away. On the fourth day, I called Tom. "Hey," I said, trying to keep my voice neutral. "Has anything weird happened while I've been gone?" Tom was quiet for a second. "No," he said. "Nothing unusual." But his voice had changed. Tight, like he was trying not to say more. "You sure?" I asked. "No calls from other tenants? No complaints?" "Look," he said, "whatever you're dealing with, I hope you figure it out. But this isn't something I can fix. That unit's been sealed again. We're bringing in cleaners next week. After that, the lawyer takes over." That was the end of the call. When I finally returned, I got home just after noon. The hallway was bright. The sun filtered through the stairwell windows. Everything looked smaller than I remembered, less threatening, like the fear had shrunk when I wasn't feeding it. My door was still locked. My apartment was untouched, a little stale maybe, but otherwise fine. But 304 had a new sign, a laminated note taped to the door. "Cleaning crew scheduled. Do not enter." I stared at it for a while. It didn't make me feel better. Inside my apartment, everything was just as I'd left it, except for one thing. The knife I'd been keeping beside the bed was gone. I checked every drawer, every surface. Nothing. Not under the mattress, not in the closet. It was just gone. I didn't report it. What was I going to say? That a ghost stole my kitchen knife? Instead, I unpacked, showered, and tried to reclaim the space. I left every light on again, but it felt more like habit than fear this time, like muscle memory. That night I stayed in the living room. I brought the broom back into my lap. It sounds ridiculous now, but I'd started to believe in rituals, like the act of preparing for something might keep it from happening. I waited. Midnight passed. 1 a.m. passed. By 2 o'clock, I started to think maybe it was over. I stood, stretched, and headed toward the bathroom. As I passed the closet, something caught my eye. The door was cracked again, just slightly. I hadn't opened it, and something new had been carved into the inside panel. He never left. The words were fresh, edges sharp, not like the last message, which had looked old and worn. I staggered back. This wasn't over. Whatever it was, it had been here the whole time. And then the smell hit me again, worse than before. I gagged, covered my mouth, stumbled to the kitchen window and opened it. Cold air rushed in, but it barely made a difference. I ran to the hallway, yanked open my front door, sucked in cleaner air, and froze. The door to 304 was open, wide. The laminated sign fluttered on the floor, and inside I saw movement. Slow, shuffling, just a shape. I didn't move. Couldn't. The shape stepped forward, just enough to break the edge of shadow. And I saw his face. The man. The one from the window. Gray, sunken skin, mouth slightly parted, his eyes wide and glassy, locked with mine. Then he turned and walked back into the apartment. The door didn't close. I called the police again, told them what I saw, exactly how I saw it. To their credit, they didn't dismiss me. Maybe they remembered the previous visit. Maybe something in my voice got through. They arrived in under 10 minutes. 2 officers different from the last time. They checked 304 with flashlights and masks, radioed something in, then pulled me aside. "There's no one in there," one said. "But the door was open," I told them. "I saw him. He looked at me." "No sign of entry," the other said, "and nothing human inside, just a mess." "What do you mean, nothing human?" They hesitated. "Whatever's in there, it's rotting. Could be an animal, could be old food. We're filing a biohazard notice." They told me to stay somewhere else for the night. I didn't argue. I went back to my sister's again, but I knew I'd have to return. The next morning, Tom called. "I didn't want to say anything before," he said, "but that last guy who lived in 304, he had problems. Isolation, paranoia. He called the office 4 times a week saying someone was in his walls." I waited. He carved messages in his closet. "Same words you said. I see you. Still here. All of it." "And then he died," I said. Tom paused. "They found him in the chair, weeks after. He'd been sitting there so long, the fabric stuck to his skin. The light never turned off. That's why it always looked like someone was home." I hung up, and I realized something. That man may have died alone. But he hadn't left. Not really. And now, he wasn't alone anymore. I didn't go back to the apartment for 3 more days. I stayed at my sister's, mostly on the couch, sometimes in her spare room when I could stand the stillness. She tried to be understanding, but I could tell she didn't know what to say anymore. I don't blame her. Neither of us had the language for what was happening. I didn't tell her about the closet messages, or the man I saw in the hallway, or how Tom had admitted everything. I just told her I wasn't sleeping well, that I needed some time. By the fourth day, I knew I couldn't avoid it anymore. I couldn't live in someone else's space forever. I had to go back. I needed to decide what came next, whether I was going to stay or move out for good, whether I could even trust my own memories anymore. When I got to the building, it was early, just past 9 in the morning. The hallway was quiet. My shoes squeaked slightly on the waxed floor. Everything looked normal, like nothing had happened. The door to 304 had a new notice taped to it. Hazard sealed, do not enter, property of City Health Dept. It was shut tight. For the first time since I moved in, I felt like I could breathe standing near it. It sounds ridiculous, but the air felt lighter, like the apartment had finally exhaled. Inside my own unit, I opened all the windows. I cleaned everything, every surface. I threw out the broom. The knife was never found, so I bought a new one. Just a regular, cheap set from the grocery store. No drama attached. I took the closet door off its hinges, not out of fear, just because I didn't want it anymore. I painted over the carvings with thick primer and covered the wall with a tall bookshelf. I stopped listening for whispers, stopped watching the hallway. It took time, weeks honestly, but slowly things got quieter. Not just the apartment, but inside me. The constant edge, the tension in my shoulders, the twitch in my fingers when I passed the front door. It started to fade. Eventually, I could sleep through the night again. I started working more, picking up extra shifts. I rearranged the furniture, got a proper bed frame, put up shelves in the kitchen, little things that made the place feel more mine. Tom didn't check in again. He left the notice on 304 and never spoke of it. I don't think he wanted to know any more than I did. Then one afternoon, a city vehicle showed up. 2 workers in coveralls removed the door completely, hauled it out on a dolly like it was just another piece of junk. I watched from my window. They never looked inside. They just sealed the unit with a steel plate and screwed it into the frame. It was quiet the whole time. Not a single word exchanged between them. After that, the smell finally disappeared. Whatever was left behind was sealed for good. I never heard the whispering again. But that didn't mean I forgot. I still kept the closet door in the back of my storage unit. I don't know why. I couldn't bring myself to throw it away, even though it creeped me out. Something about it felt like evidence. Not for the police, for me. Proof that I hadn't made it up. Sometimes, when I'm alone at night and the apartment is too still, I remember the sound of the breathing on the other side of the door, the low voice saying my name, and I wonder how much of it was real. But that question stopped bothering me after a while. Real or not, it happened, and I got through it. I don't try to explain it anymore. Not to friends, not to my sister, not even to myself. The truth is, some places carry weight. Some people leave an imprint when they die, especially if they go alone, especially if they go unseen. The man in 304 was one of those people. Whatever haunted that apartment, it wasn't evil. It was lonely. Something had settled in that space and wrapped itself around the routine. The light left on, the food half eaten, the messages carved over and over again. I see you. Still here. He never left. But now, it's gone. Or maybe it finally rested. A few weeks later, the unit got listed online again. Different number now. They changed it from 304 to 312. No mention of what happened. Just a simple listing. 1 bedroom, 3rd floor, utilities included, quiet building. Someone new moved in. A young guy. Looks like he works from home, keeps to himself. I've seen him standing at the window a few times, staring out, same as I once did. But he doesn't wave. And I don't look too long. I've learned when to stop watching. As for me, I'm doing all right. The apartment feels lighter now. Still old, still creaky, but not suffocating. I got new curtains, a rug for the living room, even a little plant that I water every morning. I still don't sleep with the closet closed, though. Some habits stay, and every once in a while, when it's late and the hallway is quiet, I swear I can still hear it. Not a whisper, not a chant, just breathing. But I don't listen anymore. I just turn on the light, take a deep breath, and remind myself that I made it out. That I stayed. That he didn't. And that now this place is mine. I remember feeling lucky when I found the place. It wasn't huge, nothing fancy, just a simple 2-bedroom house on a quiet street with neatly trimmed lawns. It looked normal, like something out of a catalog. That's exactly why I chose it. It felt safe, predictable, and a little boring. After living in the city for nearly 10 years, boring was exactly what I needed. The day I moved in, I unloaded boxes from my rented truck, waving politely at the neighbors as they peered curiously through their windows. A few came out to introduce themselves. First was Linda from across the street, a middle-aged woman with an overly eager smile. She brought cookies wrapped in cellophane. Behind her stood John and Carol, an older couple who greeted me warmly but stared a little too intently, asking questions that felt overly personal for a first meeting. "How long do you plan on staying?" Carol asked casually, glancing past me into the house. "Not sure yet," I replied. "Depends how the job goes." "Well," John chimed in, his eyes fixed on mine, "you'll find we're very welcoming here. Everyone watches out for each other." The phrase seemed harmless at the time, just neighborly kindness, so I thanked them politely and went back to unpacking. The first 2 weeks went smoothly enough. I spent most evenings arranging furniture, putting books on shelves, and occasionally watching the quiet street from my living room window. Everything was peaceful, exactly as I'd hoped. Yet even in those early days, there was something odd about my neighbors' constant presence. They were always outside, watering their lawns, sweeping porches, or just standing in their driveways. Whenever I looked out, Someone always seemed to be looking back at me. One night, about 3 weeks after moving in, I returned from work late, exhausted and ready for bed. I noticed immediately that my front door wasn't closed completely. It sat slightly open, the latch catching but not fully engaged. My stomach tightened. I was sure I'd locked it when I left. I hesitated before pushing it open slowly. Inside, everything looked untouched. The television, laptop, and other valuables remained exactly where I'd left them. Still, something felt off. I checked each room carefully, but nothing had moved. Eventually, I convinced myself I must have simply forgotten to shut the door properly. The next morning, Linda came over with coffee and muffins. I hadn't invited her, but she seemed friendly enough, so I let her in. "I saw your door was open last night," she said casually, taking a seat at the kitchen table without waiting for an invitation. "We were worried about you." "We?" I asked, trying to keep my tone neutral. "Oh, everyone," she replied lightly, sipping her coffee. "We all keep an eye out around here." I nodded slowly, unsure whether to feel grateful or uneasy. After Linda left, I made a point of double-checking all my doors and windows. Still, each time I glanced out the window, someone across the street or next door seemed to be watching. It was subtle, nothing obvious, but unmistakable once I noticed it. Over the next few days, things intensified slightly. I'd find random objects left at my doorstep: an old book, a freshly baked loaf of bread, once even a pair of gloves neatly folded by my welcome mat. Each gift had no note, no explanation. I knew they were from my neighbors, but nobody ever mentioned it. Then came the evening John and Carol invited me over for dinner. I didn't want to go, but it felt rude to decline. Inside their house, I was struck immediately by the thick curtains drawn tight over every window, shutting out any glimpse of the outside. The furniture was perfectly neat, not a single item out of place. Dinner conversation felt rehearsed. John and Carol asked about my family, my work, even my health habits. Every question was polite, yet strangely invasive, like they were building a profile rather than making small talk. "How's your sleep?" Carol asked at one point, her eyes narrowing slightly. "Fine, I guess," I said, uncomfortable. "Why?" "Oh, nothing," she replied quickly, exchanging a glance with John. "It's just, new surroundings can be unsettling. If you need anything to help you relax, just let us know." I left that evening feeling disturbed without understanding why. Back home, I triple-checked all doors and windows before trying to sleep. But rest didn't come easily, and when it did, my dreams were strange, filled with shadowy figures standing silently at the edge of my yard. The days that followed only deepened my sense of unease. I'd see neighbors gathering in driveways, whispering amongst themselves. Conversations seemed to stop abruptly whenever I walked past. They were always friendly, overly so, but their friendliness carried an edge, like forced politeness masking something else. One evening, a few days later, I was pulling into my driveway when I saw a police car parked outside Linda's house. Curious, I approached as an officer stood talking with her on the porch. "Everything all right?" I asked, keeping my tone casual. Linda smiled quickly. "Oh, it's nothing important, just routine." The officer glanced at me briefly, his face unreadable. "You're new here?" "Moved in a month ago," I replied, feeling suddenly defensive under his gaze. He nodded slowly, jotting something down. "Notice anything unusual lately?" I hesitated, glancing at Linda, whose smile felt tighter now, more forced. I thought about mentioning the open door, the strange gifts, the feeling of always being watched. But something held me back. Maybe it was the way Linda's smile seemed frozen, or how the officer studied me so carefully. "No," I finally lied. "Nothing unusual." "Good," the officer said, pocketing his notebook. "You take care now." He returned to his car, and Linda turned toward me. Her expression softened slightly, but her eyes remained wary. "Glad you're settling in," she said lightly before disappearing into her house. As I walked back home, the street felt unnaturally quiet. It was as if the neighbors had collectively withdrawn behind their curtains, leaving me alone under the pale glow of streetlights. I glanced at my front door, checking again that it was locked. Something had changed tonight. My unease was no longer vague or dismissible. I realized, as I stepped inside and bolted the door behind me, that this neighborhood wasn't what it seemed. My neighbors weren't just overly friendly. They were keeping secrets, secrets they were determined to hide. And I had no idea yet just how dangerous those secrets were. The next morning, I woke up earlier than usual, still feeling uneasy about the night before. The encounter with the police officer had left me unsettled. I stood in my kitchen, sipping coffee, staring out the window toward the street. It was quiet, as always, perfectly calm, yet the silence felt heavier today, as though the entire neighborhood was holding its breath. As I stood there, I noticed Linda walking slowly along the sidewalk. She paused near my driveway, glancing toward my house, then quickly moved on when she saw me watching. It struck me again how strange it was that everyone here always seemed to be outside, yet nobody ever seemed to leave for work or errands. I'd never seen cars pull out of driveways or deliveries being made. It felt as though the neighborhood existed entirely within its own boundaries. I decided to go outside, partly to shake off my nerves, partly to see if things would feel more normal in the daylight. As soon as I stepped onto my front porch, John waved enthusiastically from across the street. He walked briskly toward me, his smile fixed and friendly. "Good morning," John called cheerfully. "Sleep all right?" "I did, thanks." I lied, trying to sound casual. "You?" "Oh, I always sleep well," he said, giving a short laugh. "Been here so long, I guess I'm just used to it." He paused, looking around as if to check if anyone else was watching, then stepped slightly closer, his voice lowered to an oddly conspiratorial tone. "You talked to the police last night," he said quietly, watching me carefully. "What did they say?" "Nothing really," I answered cautiously, unsure why he'd ask. "They were just checking in." "Good, good," John replied, but his eyes seemed relieved rather than interested. "They like to keep an eye on things here. It's part of what makes the neighborhood so safe." There was something about the way he emphasized safe that bothered me. Before I could respond, John stepped back, returning instantly to his friendly persona. "Anyway, I'll let you get on with your day," he said warmly. "Come by any time you want." He walked off, leaving me confused and more uncomfortable than before. I felt like I was missing something obvious, something everyone else in the neighborhood knew except me. Determined to clear my head, I drove into town later that day, stopping at a small diner near the main street. The waitress, a woman named Angie, brought coffee and took my order. As she poured a refill, she glanced curiously at me. "You're new around here, right?" she asked. "Haven't seen you before." "Yeah," I replied, grateful for normal conversation. "Moved into a house on Meadow Street a few weeks ago." She paused briefly, almost imperceptibly, before nodding. "That's a quiet neighborhood," she said, though her tone seemed to suggest something else. "Nice folks there." "Very friendly," I agreed, watching her expression carefully. Maybe a little too friendly. Angie glanced around nervously, then leaned slightly closer. "They're all a bit odd," she whispered carefully. "Don't get me wrong, they're polite and everything, just private. They don't talk much to outsiders, keep to themselves." I felt a chill run through me. "Have there been any problems out there before?" She shrugged slightly, looking hesitant to answer. "Nothing the cops ever found," she said finally. "Just rumors. People who lived there before usually left pretty quick." Before I could press for more details, another customer called for her attention. Angie gave me an apologetic glance and walked off, leaving me more concerned than ever. Back home that evening, I parked my car in the driveway, noticing immediately how quiet the street was again. Several neighbors stood on their porches or near their windows, clearly observing me. I quickly entered my house, locking the door behind me. As I set my keys down, I noticed a small envelope sitting on my coffee table. My heart skipped. It definitely wasn't mine. I had never seen it before. Cautiously, I picked it up and opened it. Inside was a short, handwritten note. "You should join us. We look out for each other." No signature, no explanation. I stood frozen, staring at the note, feeling like the walls around me were closing in. My pulse quickened. Someone had been inside again, silently making their presence known. I immediately checked the doors and windows again, all still locked, but clearly locks meant nothing here. Panicked, I called the police, my voice shaky as I described finding the note and someone being in my house. They assured me they'd send an officer immediately. Within 15 minutes, the same officer from the night before arrived at my door, expression neutral as he entered. I showed him the note, explaining how it wasn't mine, that someone must have come inside. He glanced at the note briefly, then back at me. "You're certain it isn't yours?" he asked, sounding skeptical. "Yes," I insisted, frustration creeping into my voice. "Someone else wrote it. They got into my house." The officer walked slowly through each room, checking doors, windows, and locks. After a brief inspection, he returned, shaking his head slightly. "No signs of forced entry," he said calmly. "Are you sure you didn't leave a window unlocked?" I stared at him incredulously. "I'm positive. Someone got in here." He looked at me carefully, his expression unreadable. "Listen, maybe it's just some neighborhood prank. They're good folks around here, friendly types, might just be messing with you, trying to welcome you." "You really believe that?" I asked, frustrated. The officer hesitated, clearly choosing his words carefully. "I'm just saying, I wouldn't read too much into it. Neighborhood like this, they're always watching out for each other. They're not criminals." His reassurance felt hollow, almost rehearsed. He handed me back the note. "Call us again if something serious happens," he said firmly, then left without another word. After he drove away, I stood alone in my living room, overwhelmed by paranoia. The neighbors were still outside, casually observing my house as the sun set. Their friendliness felt sinister now. Every smile, every wave seemed calculated. Was the police officer in on it too, protecting whatever secret they were hiding? That night, unable to sleep, I sat up listening to every creak, every sound from outside. Around midnight, my phone buzzed a text from an unknown number. "Hope you feel safe tonight." The message sent chills down my spine. I looked outside again. The street was dark, but I could feel eyes watching my window. This wasn't friendly neighborhood behavior. I was being monitored, toyed with, and clearly warned. As I sat awake in the darkness, my mind raced. Moving here had been a terrible mistake, but it was too late to just pack up and leave quietly. They were already too involved, too aware. Whatever they wanted, it wasn't my friendship or community spirit. It was something else entirely. And I realized with growing dread that my arrival in this quiet neighborhood had been no accident at all. The next morning, I felt like I hadn't slept at all. The night had dragged on endlessly, every creak of the house, every rustle outside making my heart race. When the sun finally rose, I stood at my kitchen window, staring blankly at the street. I knew the neighbors would be out there soon, smiling and waving as if nothing had happened. Around 8 o'clock, Linda appeared again, casually watering flowers near her mailbox. She glanced toward my window several times, clearly aware I was watching. I decided I'd had enough of the games, the silent threats, and the anonymous notes. If these people had something to say, I wanted them to say it directly. I stepped outside, forcing myself to look calm despite the anxiety gripping my chest. Linda smiled immediately, putting down her watering can and walking over to meet me halfway across the lawn. "Beautiful morning," she said lightly. "Did you sleep well?" Her casual small talk was infuriating, but I swallowed my irritation and kept my voice steady. "Someone left me a note last night," I said plainly, watching her carefully for any reaction. "Inside my house." Linda's face registered surprise, but just for a split second before it returned to a practiced calmness. "A note? That's strange. What did it say?" "You should join us," I quoted flatly. Something about looking out for each other. Linda's expression softened slightly. "Oh, that's nothing to worry about," she said reassuringly, but I could sense an edge beneath her calm tone. "Everyone here is very close. We like new neighbors to feel welcome." "Welcome enough to let yourselves into my house?" I asked sharply, unable to hide my anger now. I never gave anyone a key. How did someone get in? Linda's smile faded slightly, her eyes suddenly guarded. Maybe you left a window unlocked, she suggested, repeating the exact phrase the police officer had used the previous night. I'm sure nobody meant to upset you. I stared at her in disbelief, understanding now that I wouldn't get a straight answer. I nodded slowly, backing away. Well, it stops now. If someone enters my house again, I'm calling the police, and I'll keep calling until they do something about it. Linda's eyes flashed briefly with something I couldn't identify, frustration maybe, or anger, but she quickly regained control. No need for that, she said firmly, stepping back toward her own property. I'll talk to the others. I'm sure it's just a misunderstanding. As she walked away, I felt even more unsettled. Linda's reaction had been too controlled, too careful. I wasn't reassured. If anything, I was more certain now that the neighbors were hiding something serious. Unable to focus on anything else, I got into my car and drove back into town, heading straight for the police station. I needed answers, and I wasn't getting them from my neighbors or from the officer who dismissed my concerns. At the station, I asked to speak to someone about the break-in. A detective named Harris came out to meet me, an older man with sharp eyes and a direct manner. We sat down in a small office, and I explained everything carefully. The unlocked door, the note, the strange conversations with neighbors, and the texts I'd received. Detective Harris listened carefully, jotting notes occasionally. When I finished, he leaned back in his chair and looked at me thoughtfully. You're talking about the Meadow Street neighborhood, correct? He asked. Yes, I replied cautiously, sensing his hesitation. Is something going on there? He paused briefly, clearly deciding how much to share. We've had a few reports from Meadow Street over the years, he said finally. Mostly minor things, people feeling watched, strange visitors, notes like the one you described, but nothing we've been able to verify as criminal. Minor? I asked incredulously. Someone broke into my house. They left threatening notes. That doesn't seem minor to me. Harris nodded slowly, sympathetic but cautious. I understand your concern. Believe me, I do. But we've checked things out there multiple times. Never found any evidence of forced entry, stalking, or anything criminal. I felt desperation rising. What about the neighbors themselves? Do you know anything about them? He hesitated again, clearly choosing his words carefully. They're unusual, maybe, close-knit, don't talk much to outsiders, but they've lived there a long time. Good reputations, steady jobs. On paper, they're normal people. But you don't think they're normal, do you? I pressed him. Off the record? Harris sighed, glancing toward the door briefly before lowering his voice. Off the record, something about Meadow Street has always felt off. Too quiet, too isolated. But we've never been able to prove anything. If you really feel unsafe, the best I can suggest is moving somewhere else. I left the station feeling more helpless than before. If even the police thought the best solution was simply leaving, I knew my situation was serious. But part of me refused to accept that option. I hadn't done anything wrong. Why should I be the one to leave? Back at home, I spent hours researching Meadow Street online, looking for any mention of past incidents. There wasn't much, just occasional vague mentions of residents leaving suddenly, selling their houses quickly without explanations. Nothing clearly criminal. But there was enough to convince me that my experience wasn't unique. I spent the evening reinforcing every lock, double-checking every window. As darkness settled, I felt increasingly isolated. Outside, the neighbors moved quietly in and out of their houses, curtains always drawn, lights dimmed. They appeared so normal yet felt impossibly sinister. Just after midnight, as I was about to head to bed, my phone buzzed again. My heart raced as I saw another unknown number. The message was short. "You're making this harder than it needs to be." I stared at the screen, dread settling deep into my stomach. Before I could even process it, there was a sharp knock on my door. My body went cold. Slowly, I approached the door, peering cautiously through the peephole. It was John, standing casually on my porch, smiling politely, as if it was perfectly normal to knock at midnight. I considered ignoring him, but something made me open the door just slightly. "It's late," I said firmly, leaving the chain latched. John smiled apologetically. "I know, and I'm sorry. But we saw you went to the police again today. We really want to help you understand." "Understand what?" I asked, struggling to keep my voice steady. He leaned closer, lowering his voice. "We protect our own here. You're new, so you don't realize it yet, but you're already part of our community. You belong here." His words felt rehearsed, deliberate. I shook my head. "I don't want to be part of whatever you're doing. Leave me alone." John's eyes hardened slightly, his friendly expression faltering. "It's too late for that," he said softly. "You're involved now, whether you like it or not." He stepped back slowly, turning and disappearing into the darkness. I closed the door, trembling. John's words echoed in my head, unsettling and final. This was no longer just neighbors being intrusive or overly friendly. They were involved in something serious, something secretive, and now they expected me to join them. I realized, standing alone in my locked house, that whatever I'd stumbled into wasn't going to stop. They were determined to draw me in, one way or another. I had to find out exactly what was happening here before it was too late. The next morning, I didn't even pretend things were normal. Sleep had been impossible after John's visit, and when daylight finally crept in, I felt exhausted and on edge. I paced around the house for an hour, replaying his words in my mind. The calm certainty in his voice, the quiet threat behind his polite smile. It felt as if the walls of my house had closed in overnight. I showered quickly, dressed, and stepped out onto the porch. My eyes immediately scanned the street. It seemed quiet enough, though Linda's curtains shifted slightly, revealing that someone was watching from across the street. A chill ran down my spine, but I pretended not to notice and headed straight to my car. Driving away felt momentarily freeing, and I headed back into town. My first stop was a hardware store, where I bought new locks and security cameras. I knew it might not solve everything, but it felt better to be doing something proactive rather than just waiting for the next incident. Afterward, I decided to return to the diner, hoping Angie might be working. She had seemed uneasy about the neighborhood before. Maybe she knew more than she'd been willing to share the last time. When I entered, the diner was mostly empty. Angie saw me immediately, and something about her expression made it clear she wasn't surprised I'd returned. She gestured discreetly toward a booth near the back, away from other patrons. "You look worse than before," she said quietly, pouring coffee without asking. "Things gotten bad?" I nodded, relieved to speak openly. "My neighbors keep letting themselves into my house. They leave notes, send texts. The police don't seem to take it seriously. I don't know what to do." Angie frowned, leaning closer. "I didn't want to scare you before, but you're not the first to deal with this. Meadow Street has had a reputation for years. Good people move in, then they suddenly change. Some move out quietly without explanation. Others just become different." "Different how?" I asked carefully, the unease tightening in my chest. She glanced around nervously, lowering her voice further. "Like them, quiet, secretive, distant, like they're in on something nobody else can understand. And when outsiders don't cooperate or start asking questions, things happen." My heartbeat quickened. "What kind of things?" Angie hesitated, clearly reluctant to say more. "There was a woman named Anna about 3 years ago," she finally admitted. "Moved in alone, same as you. Seemed nice. Then she started telling people about neighbors sneaking in, strange conversations, feeling threatened. The cops checked it out but didn't find anything." "Then what?" I pressed urgently. She looked away, troubled. "One day, she just packed her things and left, didn't say goodbye. Left furniture behind, mail piling up. Nobody knows exactly what happened. She just disappeared. Police said she moved away, but she never called anyone, never forwarded mail." Angie paused, shaking her head slowly. "They protect each other, whatever they're doing there. The police probably know more than they admit. I've heard rumors some of the cops even have family living in that neighborhood." I sat quietly, absorbing the implications. If the police were involved or protecting the neighbors, where could I possibly turn? "Listen," Angie said suddenly, her tone firm. "If things get worse, you need to leave. Don't tell anyone you're going. Don't announce it, just get out. Trust me." I nodded slowly, her seriousness driving the urgency deeper. "Thanks," I said softly. "I'll keep it in mind." Leaving the diner, my anxiety had grown sharper, more focused. I was trapped in something darker than I'd ever imagined. But before considering Angie's advice to flee, I needed evidence, something concrete to show the police, or maybe even someone outside the town altogether. Back at home, I installed the new locks and cameras carefully, placing them around the front and back doors, and one in the hallway facing the main entrance. I tested each carefully, reassured slightly by the blinking red lights indicating they were recording. Yet the comfort was fleeting. Would this even deter my neighbors, or just make them more cautious? As darkness approached again, anxiety built in my chest. I paced around the living room, the new locks and cameras feeling insufficient. Outside, the neighborhood was silent, yet I sensed eyes watching behind thick curtains, patiently waiting. Hours passed slowly until just after 11 o'clock, when my phone lit up. Another unknown number, another message. "You're only hurting yourself. Stop fighting us." My blood ran cold. Almost immediately afterward, the motion sensor lights near the back door flashed on. I froze, heart pounding. Quickly pulling up the camera feed on my phone, I watched in horror as a shadowy figure calmly tested the lock at my back door. The camera captured the person clearly. It was John, his face calm, as if he felt perfectly safe entering my property uninvited. I grabbed my phone, dialing the police immediately. This time a different officer answered, sounding bored. "Someone's trying to break into my house right now," I said urgently. "I have them on camera. Please hurry." "We'll send someone out," the officer replied flatly. "Stay inside." I stood frozen, watching the video feed as John glanced up at the camera. His eyes were steady, calm, completely unafraid. He smiled slightly, then stepped backward slowly, disappearing into the darkness behind the house. Minutes passed anxiously until headlights finally flashed across my living room window. 2 officers knocked at the door, and I quickly let them in, showing them the recorded footage. "That's John from across the street," I said angrily. "He tried to get in." The officers exchanged a glance, one sighing slightly as he studied the video. "Look, it doesn't show him forcing entry," he explained patiently. "He's just checking the door handle. Without forced entry or threats, there isn't much we can do." My frustration exploded. "What are you talking about? He was trespassing. He's been harassing me for days. He left threatening notes. How is this not serious?" The second officer spoke calmly, but firmly. "We understand you're upset, but legally, this footage alone isn't enough. Have you considered that maybe you misinterpreted his actions?" I stared at him, incredulous. Misinterpreted? He was checking to see if my door was unlocked in the middle of the night. The officers exchanged another look, clearly unwilling to do more. "We'll speak to John," the first officer offered finally. "But unless there's clear evidence of criminal activity, our hands are tied." After they left, I slumped against the wall, despair flooding over me. The police wouldn't help. My neighbors were fearless and determined. Angie's advice echoed in my mind. Maybe leaving quietly was my only option. But just as the thought took hold, my phone buzzed again. Another message, this one brief but chilling. "Leaving won't solve anything. We're everywhere." Fear surged through me again. They knew exactly what I was thinking, as if they'd heard every conversation I'd had today. I scanned the room desperately, paranoia gripping my thoughts. Were they watching even now? The realization sank heavily into my chest. I couldn't leave easily, not if they were already aware of my intentions. I was trapped in a nightmare, surrounded by people who seemed to control every aspect of this neighborhood and possibly even beyond. I sat awake all night, uncertain of my next move, but sure of one thing: I was being watched, controlled, and manipulated by people who weren't just neighbors. They were a community, a secretive group determined to keep their lives hidden, and they would do anything to ensure I became one of them. Or disappeared, just like the others. I spent the next day feeling trapped inside my own home. The sunlight that streamed through the windows felt wrong somehow, as if even daylight belonged to them. I moved quietly through the house, barely making noise, drawn to each window every few minutes to look out at the street. No matter when I checked, someone was always watching. Curtains twitched slightly as I passed by. Neighbors appeared on their porches, pretending to busy themselves with meaningless tasks, all the while casting quick glances toward my house. By mid-afternoon, exhaustion overtook paranoia. I was mentally drained from endless worry and physically weak from lack of sleep. I knew I had to make a decision: soon stay and keep fighting, or risk trying to leave despite their warning. The more I thought about it, the more leaving seemed the only real option left. Staying here meant constantly watching my back, questioning every noise, wondering which neighbor would be waiting for me outside. I quietly started packing essential items into a small duffel bag, trying to appear casual if anyone were watching. I chose clothes, important papers, cash just enough to get away quickly. My heart was pounding the entire time, fear rising as I remembered the last text I'd received. Were they watching me pack? Did they already know my intentions? When dusk began to settle, I stood near the window one last time, scanning the street carefully. The neighbors were all inside now, lights on behind thick curtains. Taking a deep breath, I moved quickly to the back door, gripping my bag tightly. I planned to exit through the rear of the property, slipping quietly past the houses behind mine, hoping to avoid detection. Stepping outside, the cool evening air sent chills down my spine. It was silent now, too silent. Even insects seemed absent from the backyard. I moved quietly toward the rear fence, glancing constantly over my shoulder. When I reached the gate, my hand shook as I lifted the latch. But the moment I pushed the gate open, headlights suddenly flooded the yard, blinding me. A vehicle had quietly parked behind my house, blocking my intended escape. My stomach dropped as John stepped out of the driver's side, walking slowly toward me. Carol sat calmly in the passenger seat, watching. "Going somewhere?" John asked calmly, stopping a few feet away, his tone casual as if we'd just run into each other at the grocery store. "What are you doing here?" I demanded, my voice shaking despite trying to sound angry. "Why can't you just leave me alone?" He smiled almost sadly. "We told you. You're part of us now. You can't just walk away." "Part of what?" I shouted, fear making my voice louder. "I never agreed to anything. I don't even know what you people are doing here." "You're asking the wrong questions," John said quietly, stepping closer. "The only thing you need to know is we look after our own. It's safer for everyone." I glanced around desperately, realizing now that my neighbors had quietly appeared, standing silently in their backyards, forming an almost invisible circle around us. They watched without expression, unmoving, waiting for something. "I'm not going with you," I said firmly, trying to sound more confident than I felt. "Whatever this is, I don't want any part of it." "You already are," Carol said gently from the car, her voice soft but authoritative. Once you're here, you're with us. No one just leaves. John stepped closer, his expression turning stern. We hoped you'd understand, that you'd come around willingly. You're making this harder than it needs to be. Fear surged through me, adrenaline pumping through my veins. Without thinking clearly, I bolted sideways, sprinting toward the other side of the yard. John reacted instantly, calling my name sharply, but I didn't look back. I ran desperately, leaping over a low hedge, pushing past branches that tore at my clothes and skin. I stumbled onto the next street, gasping, and kept running. I didn't stop until I reached the main road leading out of the neighborhood. My lungs burned, legs trembling, but I forced myself onward. Reaching the edge of town, I finally slowed, catching my breath, feeling slightly safer on this more public, well-lit street. Unsure where else to go, I decided to head back to the diner, hoping Angie was still there. It felt like my only safe option now. When I pushed through the diner's door, she looked up immediately, surprise and concern on her face. "You okay?" she asked, hurrying toward me. "What happened?" "They blocked me from leaving," I said breathlessly, looking around nervously. I tried to escape out the back, but John and Carol stopped me. "Everyone in that neighborhood is watching me. They said I can't leave." Angie's eyes widened with real fear. "Come with me," she said quickly, leading me into the kitchen area where we could speak privately. "Listen, this isn't something you can fight alone. They have connections all over this town, police, businesses, even city officials. That's why nothing ever changes. Anyone who speaks up gets intimidated into silence or disappears." "How is this even possible?" I asked desperately. "Why hasn't anyone ever done something about it?" "They have," Angie said firmly. "People try, but it's always the same. If you start trouble, they push you out, or worse. You have to leave town tonight. Don't stop. Don't talk to anyone. Just drive somewhere far away and start over." My hands shook as reality sank in. "You really think they'd follow me?" "Yes," Angie said quietly, her voice firm. "You can't underestimate these people. They'll do anything to protect their secrets." Angie quickly scribbled directions onto a napkin. "Follow this route. It's a back road out of town through the old logging trails. It won't be easy, but they won't expect it." I took the directions, thanked Angie sincerely, and quickly left through the diner's back entrance. Minutes later, I was behind the wheel, driving cautiously toward the route Angie had given me. The road turned to gravel and then narrowed, becoming barely a trail through dense trees. Darkness closed around me, headlights cutting weakly through the shadows. Every sound, every branch that brushed the side of my car startled me, but I kept going. If Angie was right, this was my best chance. After an hour driving through darkness, I emerged onto another paved road I didn't recognize, miles away from town. Relief washed over me momentarily, though paranoia still gripped me tightly. I stopped briefly to check the map. Just as I opened it, headlights appeared behind me, approaching quickly. Panic shot through me again. I sped up, praying it wasn't them, hoping it was just another car. But the lights closed the distance rapidly, forcing me to accelerate dangerously on the unfamiliar road. As I navigated a tight curve, my car hit gravel and began sliding uncontrollably. The next moments felt surreal. I heard the crunch of metal and breaking glass as the car slid off the shoulder, hitting a tree with sudden force. Everything went black briefly, disorienting me as I fought to remain conscious. Moments later, blurry shapes appeared in my vision, figures walking slowly toward my wrecked car. My heart sank as John's familiar voice reached my ears. "We told you," he said quietly, approaching slowly. "You can't run from us." As I struggled to remain conscious, he opened the car door calmly, his face showing no emotion. I felt hands carefully pulling me from the wreckage. My vision blurred further, and the last thing I saw clearly were neighbors' faces, quietly surrounding me, expressionless, silent, as darkness finally overtook me. When I opened my eyes again, everything felt blurry, my head throbbing with pain. The room slowly came into focus. I was lying on a bed, surrounded by plain walls painted in a neutral shade of beige. I tried to sit up, but sharp pain surged through my side, forcing me back down. My memory came rushing back. The chase, the accident, John and the neighbors standing silently around me. I glanced around, panic gripping my chest. Sunlight filtered weakly through closed blinds, giving little indication of where I was or how much time had passed. Carefully, I pushed myself upright again, ignoring the pain, and swung my legs over the side of the bed. My ribs felt bruised, my muscles stiff. I moved toward the door, half expecting it to be locked. To my surprise, the handle turned easily, revealing a quiet, dimly lit hallway beyond. As I stepped out cautiously, voices drifted toward me from downstairs. They sounded calm, conversational, ordinary. It felt surreal. I moved quietly to the staircase, gripping the railing to steady myself, listening closely as the conversation became clearer. "He'll understand eventually," a voice said softly. I recognized it immediately, Linda's gentle tone. "He needs time," John replied. "They always do, but eventually they all see it's for the best."